Now you can start your meeting, and I just sent out the links to everybody for the executive session. So if you check your emails momentarily, all the new links to go to the executive session will be there.
Okay.
All right. So you're all set. You can open up this meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna call meeting of the West Warwick Pension Board to order at May 12th, 2021 at 18:15 hours. Tracy? Oh, lost her? No, I don't see her. All right. We have Adam, James, myself, and Ralph. So we have a quorum. Who's Tim?
That's Clearbrook, Al.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Okay, we need a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
So, second motion.
Motion made and seconded, go into executive session. Chris, do we need to read that statement? Adam, could you read that statement since you made the motion?
Where is
In accordance with the Rhode Island General Law.
Where is it? Is it on the agenda?
It's on the agenda for the executive.
All right. In accordance with Rhode Island General Law 42-46-4, 42-46-5, A1, and 42-46-5, A2, the pension board will convene into executive session to discuss personnel issues and litigation.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. So now we go over to the other one.
Jim, I didn't hear an aye.
It's-
Oh, sorry. I thought I
it's
had
Mike's
muted. Aye.
music.
Thank you.
Okay, we have, everybody's in favor. Motion carries.
Okay, so everyone has to leave this meeting
Yeah.
and then join the one that was just sent.
Okay,
And Tim, if you're on, you can stay in this meeting and we'll be back when the executive session is over.
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
To open.
Okay. Ralph, you got to hit leave on the bottom of the screen because you have to go to the executive session link.
Leave.
Yep. So in the bottom corner of your screen, there's a red block that says leave. If you move the mouse around,
On the right or the left?
it should be on the right. If you move the mouse arrow on the bottom right, there should be a spot that says leave.
Let's, leave. Meet now. There's a blue.
So come up a little bit. If you're moving the mouse around on your screen, is there a red block on there that says leave?
No, I don't see a red block. See a blue block. No. It's
Toward the bottom right corner, if you're moving the mouse, like right at the bottom edge of the picture, it should have a red screen that says leave meeting.
Zoom webinar participant.
Okay. Move toward the left a little bit, and there should be a spot.
I clicked on something and it got me out of I'm disconnected somehow. I didn't see anything with the red.
Go up and click the red X on the top of your screen and see what comes up. The red X up in the top corner.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's clear because it's Zoom. Red.
Does it say anything about leave meeting on your screen?
Leave meeting. No, I don't see this. Support English. The right hand, the top. AOL post attendee meeting Zoom Warwick.
Click the red X up on that corner again.
Yeah. Oh, leave. Here it is. I found
There you
it.
go. Leave meeting. And
Okay.
check your email and you'll have a new link that says executive session.
Click leave. Click it again. Leave meeting.
Yep. Okay. All right. I just got Ralph out of the regular meeting. So now I'm going to call him and try and get him into the executive session. So give me a couple more minutes.
God bless him.
Yep.
He gets a new computer system that replaces a Dynator, and he's handling it pretty well. I'm surprised. That's good for him.
Joe, mute the main meeting. There you go.
Do you want the green one?
No, that's fine.
You sure?
Joe?
Yep,
Are you recording? You were saying-
everything is still recording from before you guys left, so you're all
Okay.
set. You can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting of the West Warwick Pension Board in session on May 12th, 2021 at 19:03 hours. We have next item on B is pledge allegiance to the flag. I'm going to start it off and we'll go in. I pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America,
America.
and to the
To the
republic
republic
for which it stands,
Gonna play.
one nation, under God.
And God, with liberty and justice.
liberty, under nation, under God, with liberty and justice
Justice for all.
to all.
Thank you.
Is it, sorry, is it just me or is, I'm getting like gobble words here and there? Is it the mic connection or is it something in the system? Okay, all right. Next item is prayer. I'd like to take a moment of silence for our military people that are serving abroad and on land here. Any past members of the town of West Warwick, employees that have passed away in the last short period of time, we've had a few. And hope that this COVID situation we've been going through for some time now is coming to an end and we can get back to some normalcy.
Amen. Thank you.
You're welcome. Tracy, can you do roll call?
Albert Hero.
Here.
Ralph Salmonese,
Here,
Michelle Lombardi, James Atchison.
Here.
Adam Satchel.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum. I would like, if it's okay to do, to make an adjustment to the agenda for tonight and skip to item H, Clearbook's presentation on the portfolio first, so that gentleman can go about his way instead of waiting for at that point to get there, because that could take some time, if that's okay with the rest of the board.
Al, you can just ask for a motion to take item H out of order. I would recommend that you first close the executive session, though.
Okay. All right. Adam, can you do the same thing you did before reading that? So we can close that session? Adam, your mic is muted. And instead of opening it, it's just to be closed and seal the minutes.
In accordance with Rhode Island General Law 42-46-4, 42-46-5, A1, and 42-46-5, A2, the pension board will close executive session and seal the minutes. Did I do that correctly?
Yes.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded to close the executive session, seal the minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, like to make a motion to take item H on our agenda and move it to next before E.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in, to move item H to on the agenda up to before E is.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, so item H, let's get the right page here. Is Clearbrook's presentation on the portfolio.
Thank you, everyone. I will share the screen in a moment with the performance report, but Tim Eng, Clearbrook's CIO, is with us, and I thought it might be beneficial for everybody if we talked a little bit about the markets, how they've reacted to different economic and geopolitical events the last few months, and how we're expecting them to go forward. And then we can talk a little bit about the portfolio if that's okay with the committee. Jim?
Okay with me.
Well, good evening, everyone. Good to see everyone. I'm glad to see everyone safe. I'm sure we've had all our wonderful Moderna or shots and Pfizer shots and had gone through the difficulties with those things. So glad to see everyone safe. In short, the markets have been moving up most of the year because of all the stimulus that we're seeing out of Washington and around the world. You know, all the banks, all the governments are putting a heck of a lot of money into the system. And just to kind of give you a sense, the global economy is about $80 trillion in total. The governments since March of last year and the central banks have put in $30 trillion of stimulus in the underlying economy. And that's what's moved a tremendous amount of the stocks that have moved up tremendously over the last year. You're seeing some of the sectors in the report on a year-over-year basis, you know, pretty much up 50%, 60, 70% overall. But the markets right now had a little bit of a halt because the biggest concern with the economies opening back up, and now to your point, with folks getting vaccinated and there's getting some normalcy back to restaurants are coming back to full capacity. You know, workers are going back to work after a terrible year plus, is that the economy might overheat. And we're seeing inflation numbers. So inflation came out this morning and it was the highest inflation rate we've seen in 20 years. And that's to be expected, right? You see it at the pumps, right? We see where oil prices have gone over the last year. You've seen food prices go up dramatically over the last year, and that's going to continue on at this point in time. So really looking forward, is this inflation going to be a temporary situation, or is it going to carry through, you know, for the remainder for the next several years? And that's what we're really looking at. So what we've seen this year is equity markets move up, but you've also seen interest rates move up quite dramatically. You know, over the last year, pretty much interest rates have moved up about 1%. May not seem a lot, but when you're coming pretty much from 0.5% or so and you're up to now 1.5%, that's a big move in interest rates. And that's had a negative effect on the bond markets overall. So really forward for the portfolio, we achieved about a 9% rate of return over the last 3 years, which has pretty much beaten, you know, the goal of usually about 7.5 to 8%. And that's what we're shooting for. And we've done so on a conservative basis. When John goes to the report, you'll see that we hold a decent amount of cash. We have about 15% in cash. And what was done purposely because we thought that the markets were getting a little expensive. And effectively over the next several days, actually beginning tomorrow, we're going to have meetings to look to put some of that cash to work overall. So generally, we're still very favorable on stocks, with particularly earnings coming in very, very high in this quarter. Earnings for the S&P 500 are going to be up 50%. on a quarter-over-quarter basis, which is something we have not seen in several decades. It's one of the highest earnings year, a quarter-over-quarter basis that we've ever seen in history. So you see these historical numbers that will help pretty much stocks going forward, both in the US and also internationally, but it will hurt bonds. And John will allude to some of the things we've done in the bond market over the past couple of months that should help at least mitigate some of the downside risk in bonds. So John, I'll turn it over to you unless there's any questions overall.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you mentioned said the rate of inflation was the highest in the past 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Were you talking about was this rate for a month or a week or this rate?
This Ralph was for the month over month. So it was for the inflation rate of April.
Oh, April. Yeah, okay.
April.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, thanks, Tim. So what I did, if you have not seen this is the April flash, excuse me. And as you can see, we are up about 4% on a year-to-date basis versus the policy index. And we have had, earlier in the year, there was, perhaps you've seen it on the news with GameStop and some of these AMC movie theaters, real stocks that were really had distressed businesses were pumped up. We liken that to what's called a junk rally, and we really didn't participate in that. The managers that we used we've moved to a higher quality stance, not just in the larger cap names, larger cap being DF Dent and Acri, but even in the lower cap names, the Wasatch options, the core growth, and the small cap value all have an emphasis on higher quality businesses. So we didn't really participate in that that junky high momentum rally that was popular in made a lot of headlines in January and February. We have moved though to a higher or a more value oriented stance in our large cap and our small cap portfolio. You can see the dates where they're invested. We added Wasatch Small Value and Schwab Fundamental was added in March. That's for another reason, and I'll touch base on that in a minute. But we've had this higher value bias in the large cap equity portfolio for the last few months. And we expect as the economy continues to recover, you're going to see tech, like you saw today, get hit a little bit harder as inflation increases. But those higher quality, more value-oriented businesses start to improve and pick up steam. Acri and DF Dent, by the way, while they're growth managers, have a more consumer focus. So they don't have the high-flying tech stocks in their portfolio. They're mostly MasterCard and Visa and names like that will benefit as the consumer starts to get out there and spend more money as a result of COVID, hopefully being over very, very soon. With respect to the international portfolio, we've taken a similar route, and Tim will alluded to the fact that we may make some changes over the next few days. And I think that we may take may de-emphasize some of our growthier positions in our international portfolio. And for over the longer term, you can see that some of those managers have done really well, and we have taken money off the table with those managers, the Touchstones and the Bailey Giffords, being up. Touchstone Sands is up 73% over the last year, 65% for Bailey Gifford. I think if you look back at some of those those 1 year returns, think about the time where we were this time last year. I would have never expected those returns to be what they are for any of the equities that we've seen over the last 12 months. We were just starting to close markets at that time, close down the economy. It was obviously pretty scary. So to see where we are now is pretty pretty amazing. So
Just to add, John, to what John said for the committee, in the first quarter of last year, the portfolio was down about 12%. And if you think about this, by the end of the year, the portfolio was up about 12.5%. So we did a full round trip, effectively, overall. It made 24% then from April to the end of December, and made up the entire loss in just 1 year. So it gives you kind of a sense of what it really took to get there.
Yep. As we flip through the book, one of the newer holdings that flowed into this next page is Dodge and Cox, and that's one of the value names, value fund managers that we started to use recently. That was put in March, and I would expect that bias in value to become more apparent the next few reports that you see within the international space. With respect to fixed income, as Tim mentioned, the rise in expected inflation and what the number that we saw today, that places some pressure on longer term bonds. The threat or the thought of the market has on rising interest rates will make bonds with longer maturities bounce around a lot, become more volatile. So this is over the last few weeks since April 30th, what we did is we lowered the duration of the portfolio. We eliminated those longer term bonds in the portfolio or pared that back. So this first line item, the Vanguard Intermediate Term Index Bond Fund, that has a maturity, a duration of those bonds. The average duration of that portfolio is about 6 years. That's kind of long when you think about an average. The representative index, the aggregate, actually has a shorter duration than the intermediate term bond index does. So to basically take a little risk off the table as we think maybe rates will increase, we added to our cash position by selling that. So, but nonetheless, I mean, that is a three-ish, it was about a 4% weight when we sold it. And you can see that over on a year-to-date basis, those longer term bonds have lost money. And you can see the next line item down, the Diamond Hill short term, which is all short term, just like its name, bonds maturing around a year and a half. They actually advanced 1.8% on a year-to-date basis. So you will continue to see longer term bonds bounce around. Their asset prices will potentially decline as the fear or the certainty of interest rate increases becomes more apparent. Any questions so far in fixed income? So one of the other, that elimination of the Vanguard intermediate term, we also wanted to take a more active approach in our fixed income portfolio. So we have kept the Diamond Hill core bond that has a similar duration, a little bit less than the Vanguard intermediate term, but that is actively managed, and the people that are managing that are taking a clearly a more active approach than just a passive index portfolio. So that will remain our core bond position, if you will, our anchor somewhat. A newer position in the portfolio is tied to our belief that the economy will continue to improve, but we also acknowledge that rates will likely go up. And this BDC portfolio is managers that manage, it's a technical term, but a middle market lending portfolio, private credit. So during the last financial crisis, the banks were constrained in who they could loan to. And a lot of funds, hedge funds, not banks, stepped in and were able to lend money to what the market considers a middle market, smaller cap name. We would probably consider them pretty big. Their earnings are anywhere from 50 million to 75 million. These companies loan to them. Now, and those securities are put in the form of these BDCs. We've used higher quality names, very liquid names, and those will provide a yield of around somewhere in the 8% range. And that will go up, what's called a floating rate, as I mentioned before. As rates increase, so will the yield on these securities. So that will get more interest. And as the economy improves, the belief is that the loans in these portfolios will be more stable.
I have a question.
Sure.
My understanding was that when interest rates go up, then what now that has an effect upon the price of the bonds.
Correct. Yeah.
When the price of the bonds have been coming down. They've been coming down, right?
Longer term bonds. So if I loan you money at 2% for 10 years, I'm still going to get that 2% from you. You're going to pay me my coupon for 10 more years. Well, if next year rates go up to 5%, I lose. So the value of that bond, that 10-year bond, would go down. However,
I don't know what percentage of the long-term bonds here is in one of these portfolios. But the other thing is when the interest rates were low, then they had been low for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, why didn't we significantly reduce, the amounts that we had in these fixed income and the alternative portfolio, and because of that, because of a lot of people used to invest in bonds because of the income, but when you're not getting income, well, why not reduce the percentage of those things that you have in your portfolio?
That's a good point. So we've taken that Vanguard intermediate term bond position down. That was about 3.8% of the portfolio. We went to cash there recently. But but you are correct that these bonds have gone down recently. But if you look at their 3-year return, that was 6.4% averaged a year over the last 3 years. And so your fixed income portion of your portfolio, we have an investment policy statement. There are guidelines that the committee set up that they have to adhere to. They're guardrails. Mm-hmm. So we can't go to zero with fixed income. We have to have some in there. That's sort of a banker portfolio. But we do have some room in a range, and we're still in that range. We have lowered our allocation to bonds recently. So that should help us protect capital.
Yeah. Ralph, if you looked at last year, towards the end of last year, the fourth quarter, the portfolio probably had above 22% in fixed income. So you can see the Vanguard, the Diamond Hill, and the Diamond Hill Core Bond at pretty much 3%, 9%, 12, 13, 14. It's about 15% in bonds today versus the 23% we ended the year last year. So it's down dramatically. And because the BDC portfolio, as John mentioned, Ralph, moves up with interest rates, it doesn't act like a bond. So in reality, we've gone from really 23% in bonds down to almost 15% in real true bond positions. So we lowered it by a lot.
Yeah.
But we can't go to zero.
Yep.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You said that on the Vanguard, the 5 to 10 years, you had sold some of that and put it into cash.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something you plan on like selling and then buying back as the market changes, or is that something you just decided to do and it's going to be permanent?
No, Al, it was exactly that. You know, it's funny. John and I actually talked about it the last couple of days and why we're having a meeting. We thought the markets were getting really pricey. And we said, you know, cash is your best friend at this point. And after determining what your needs are on a month-to-month basis in terms of a drawer to pay benefits, we're going to put some money back into the market as the market continues to come down. It's down about 4 or 5% in the last 2 days. So yes, we're going to put some money back to work. We typically target about 4% cash in your underlying portfolio is the target.
Okay.
And to that end, we see about 850,000 coming out a month. If that's expected to change anytime soon, more or less, please let us know, because we like to have that cushion in there for your withdrawals.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now. All right.
So and I'll let Tim talk about some of the alternative managers, but that is meant, Ralph, to also be a bond-like proxy with a little less reduced risk. We've used these managers to provide a steadier stream of, I don't want to necessarily say income, but a steadier stream of return. And you can see the differences in the returns on a not only a year-to-date basis, but if you look at a 1 year, they have helped protect capital of the portfolio being up, about 10% over the last 12 months. So,
by the way, no one that I heard suggested anything about going down to zero. You mentioned that a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
No one ever suggested that, you know.
Yeah.
I never did that. I talked about reducing the amount.
Right. Yeah. And I think, well, you know, we're on the same page philosophically. We're just saying, you know, bonds always serve a purpose to hedge against stocks, just in case. But we think, you know, the minimum is in around about this range, about 15% for bonds at this point. So we're comfortable with that. And on the alternative side, just to remind the committee, it was always the idea that alternatives would serve as a fixed income surrogate. In other words, we were looking at the day when fixed income would go down because interest rates will go up, and now will continue to go up. You know, we've been in pretty much a bull market in bonds since 1981. So it's finally come to an end after all of this time. So alternatives, just to give you a sense of how it fits in the portfolio, Graham makes money, particularly when they have positions that benefit from a rise in interest rates, and second, also from a rise in energy prices. And that's exactly what's happened this year. And that's what's contributed to the Graham portfolio and why they're up 7.1% overall. Those are the big positionings in their portfolio. They're also seeing increases in agricultural prices as well. So they're doing well because of that. Davidson Kempner up about 5% for the year. They make money primarily from mergers and acquisitions. A lot of companies over the last year have been hoarding cash, and they've been raising a lot of cash in the bond markets. So there are a lot of mergers and acquisitions that are coming to fruition in healthcare, in insurance, in biotechnology, and in technology itself. So they've been making a good amount of money in merger acquisition activity. So they're up 5%. And Franklin Templeton is the fund in the portfolio that makes money by buying effectively cheap stocks on the long side, but they short expensive stocks on the other side, on the short side. So they've been making money in trading those positions primarily in financial stocks, industrial stocks, and materials and energy this year. So it provides a nice balance to the portfolio where they can make money despite the market going up or down. And that's really the difference in why they're in the portfolio, and really hedging the interest rate risk as we discussed on the bond side to give us an extra boost there.
I have a question. I'm looking at this, the 1 month and the 3 month and then the year to date.
Mhm.
You're on the 5 to 10 year one.
Mhm.
It's actually, year to date was 3.2 down. The next one down, the short term Diamond Hill, which is 1 to 3 years, that was 1.8 on the plus side. And then the other short term, 1 to 3, was 0.2 down. I mean, sorry, 2.0 down.
Mhm.
Is the short term usually a better way to go versus the long term? Because I always thought you might do better that way, but you've got two short terms here that almost work in the opposite of each other.
Yeah, they're a little bit different in that the Diamond Hill Short Duration Fund is mostly in non-treasury, non-corporate bond holdings. So they're mostly in mortgage securities, which have done very, very well, particularly with interest rates and the increase in value of homes and whatnot that we're seeing around the country. The Diamond Hill Core Bond Fund is more traditional, where they do have treasuries, they do have corporate securities mostly. And it's the treasury securities that have been hit the most. But typically, that fund will typically do well if the equity markets go down. And that's that typical thought process for many years, that stocks go down, treasury bonds and high quality bonds go up in value. So that's the kind of the purpose it serves there, Al, quite frankly. It's really a hedge against the others. But short today is good until interest rates go up. If interest rates go from 1.5% to 2 to 3 to 4, then we would go longer bonds at that.
Okay. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We'd want to lock it in when rates get a little bit higher.
Yeah.
But until that time, we want to keep, our cash or our fixed income a little bit shorter so that we can take advantage when rates are up and buy those bonds. We don't want to buy those longer term bonds now because they'll likely go down in value.
Yeah. If you look out, there's a long-term U.S. Treasury index out in the market. It's bonds that are like 20 years, 30 years. Because interest rates have really moved in the Treasury market this year, that index is down 15%. So it gives you a sense how long the bonds have really gotten hurt with interest rates going up.
I maybe I just wasn't hearing it right or understanding right, but I understand what you're saying and it makes sense.
Yep.
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. Okay. Any other questions? Any other concerns?
I have lost my screen. Am I still here?
I see you.
Yep, we can see you, Al.
My screen went blank. I don't see anything. Okay. I have nothing. Screen went blank.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Joe, should I go out and come back in or just stay like I am?
We can hear you and see you, Al. Is your computer screen completely blank, or is there any icons on the bottom or anything like that you could re-enlarge, like it minimize the screen?
There's nothing like that. It's one white screen. It says Zoom United, nothing else.
So look on the very bottom of one of your two screens.
I found it.
Okay, I'm gonna say you minimized the screen with the camera.
I think when I saw his screen and when that screen disappeared, I lost mine, but I found it. I got it back. Sorry.
No problem.
I have no more questions. Anybody else?
Well, great, everyone. Good to see everyone. I'm glad we had this time to catch up.
Yeah, thanks, everyone. Great to see everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Everyone. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is E, review and approval of prior minutes meeting from February 8th, 2021, March 10th, 2021, April 7th, 2021, and April 14th, 2021.
So what do we need? We just need to vote to approve the minutes?
We need a motion to approve the minutes for those meetings that I read off that you have on your sheet.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Motion made and second to approve the minutes from meetings February 8th, March 10th, April 7th, and April 14th, 2021. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next is F, review of Rockland and Clear Lake monthly expense and portfolio status for the previous month. Rockland. This is, first one is March 1st to March 31st. Beginning market value was $45,025,913.90. And then the March 31st, the value was $44,885,706.63. Year to date is at the same. We started off at $40,275,730.91. This period is up 45, but we're market value in the 31st is down to 44 million. So this is for the month of March. Next one is April 1st to April 30th. So that starts off at the end of March, which is $44,885,705.63. At the end of April of 2021, it is up to $49,153,149.29. Any questions on those two reports that we have from Rockland Trust? Comments? Okay, hearing none. The Clearbrook one he went over was for April. I believe we did March already. Before. Does anybody have any questions on anything else on Clearbrook or Rockland?
Nope.
Okay, hearing none. Next one is G, discussion and action regarding payment of bills. First one is number one is Olin and Penza. 1A is monthly legal services for pension board counsel, MBF 7372, that's the general file. For the month of January 2020, the amount was $3,385.50. That was 19.9 hours of work. February 2020, the amount was $2,146. The amount of hours there is 12 hours. It's for a total of $55,031.50.
Isn't it $5,531?
Yes, sorry, I said it wrong. You're correct. Thank you. It's $5,531.50.
I'm sure Krista wouldn't mind if it was 55,000, but we gotta.
Yeah, so we can't, we're not doing that good. Sorry about that. Thank you. Just one note, these are of some time back. It's just because of the different meetings that we haven't been able to have, so we're backlogged on them. Any questions or anything on the MBF 7372 for January and February amounts? Hearing no questions, look for a motion then.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve item G1, Olin and Penza, for the general file 7372 for the amount of $5,531.50. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Jim, your mic is muted.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item G2, Nyhart Corp. Company. 2A, invoice number 01-65346, actuary and administrative services for January 2021. The benefit application for Mr. Clark and Dahlia, analysis of 1.7 hours, for the amount of $570. The next invoice is number 01-65892A, actuary administrative services for February of 2021. That's the experience study preparation. That amount is $2,125. Invoice number 01-66714, actuary administrative services for March 2021. Preparation revised 7.1 2020 actuary funding. The amount is $5,299.50. Next invoice is 01-65892, actuary and administrative services for February 2021. This one here is death and benefit application of E. Souza. That amount is $510. Invoice number 01-66716, actuary and administrative services for March 2021. That's for return of contribution and recalculation. That amount is $260. One question, Tracy, do you know who that was for, that they did?
Which one, the last one, 16?
Yes,
I'm
716.
sorry, it was T-Valley. Tina Valley.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down here.
Okay.
Just so that everybody knows and understand, because it doesn't say what it is.
Yeah, I didn't write it.
Okay, as long as we got it on the record.
I wrote just recalculation because I had to recalc it. Because
Right.
remember the pre-tax and the after-tax, the schools gave me the wrong one and
Right,
report it. I
Okay.
forgot to write her name, but that's the recalc for Tina.
Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 invoices, totaling $8,764.50 for Howard E. Nyhart Company. Any questions or discussion on these invoices?
Make a motion to approve?
Second motion.
Motion made and seconded to approve item G2A, invoices totaling an amount of $8,764.50 for the Howard E. Nyhart Company. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item G3, Town of West Warwick Finance Department, invoice number 1809, Ward Clerk, first quarter wages, $472.92.
Make a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve item G3, Board Clerk's first quarter wages for $472.92. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item I, discussion, action, vote on Darrell Burley pension calculations regarding when Mr. Burley can collect his pension at deferred I'm gonna start it again. Discussion, action, vote on Darrell Burley pension calculations regarding when Mr. Burley can collect his pension at a deferred at age 62 or an early at age 50 with reduced benefits. Krista, I'm gonna ask you to step in for this. I'm trying to remember if that was a couple back. I don't remember exactly if we did a vote on that or not. Nothing's coming through.
I don't think we voted on this.
How about now?
Now we can.
Okay. Sorry, my headphone must have come unplugged with the papers I have shuffling. Okay. No, there was not any vote on this. This issue is a question on the pension benefit for Mr. Burley. He is a former firefighter. He was born in 1975. He's currently age 45. He left the town of West Warwick with a little over 12 years of service with a vested benefit. And the actuary has questioned when Mr. Burley is able to begin to collect his benefit. Various options were age 62, which would be his compulsory retirement age, or at age 50 with a reduced benefit as an early retirement, or at age 50 and what would have been 25 years of service, which would be the vested benefit under 9.02. And Mr. I'm just looking for his email so I can read it into the record. Mr. Burley has sent an email regarding his request for benefits. He is looking to have the benefits calculated. Just bear with me for 1 second. I'll find it in 1 second, but basically the question is that the actuary has asked when to when the benefits begin. Mr. Burley sent an email to my office that I did share with the board that he's been looking for an answer regarding when he can begin collecting the benefits after having vested. He indicated that when he decided to leave the town, he did so based on a decision from September of 2017 by the West Warwick Pension Board, and he was under the impression that the date he would begin collecting his benefit would be on his 50th birthday. He then refers to that September of 2017 decision. That September of 2017 decision, I've also provided a copy of to the board, and that decision is in response to a pension board opinion request form. In response to that form, the board back in 2017 did issue what they called a pension board opinion. That opinion was answering a question that was asked by a general member of the public that said, general question, leave 23 years from fire department, not age 50. When they turn 50 and have what would have been 25th year anniversary, can they collect their pension? The answer to that question was it is in the pension board's opinion on the general question on form 2017-1 with the current fire CBA and the 2006 pension plan for fire and police that when a vested employee from the fire department takes an early retirement, they will start collecting their pension if the firefighter was hired before July 1st, 2014 on their 50th birthday. And if after July 1st, 2014, it would be their 55th birthday. And the opinion said to see attached form Articles 4.07 and 9.02 from the pension plan and Section 5 on retirement age from the pension plan. What else? So referring to those sections, what we discussed is the different sections that are referred to in that 2017 opinion. Section 4.07 is the normal retirement date. That discusses that the normal retirement date would be 20 years of continuous service. The compulsory retirement date for firefighters in the 06 plan is age 62 and a half. It also refers to sections 4.07, which is early retirement date with consent. That section is a member who has reached his 50th birthday and has completed 10 years of continuous service may elect an early retirement date, which shall be the first day of the month thereafter as elected by the member, provided that he terminates service with the town. That then refers you to the definition of what is a member, which is found in section 1.07. In that section, member shall mean an employee who becomes a participant in the plan, but shall not include any former employee whose service with the town has terminated. That goes on to specifically define fire and police department members, which isn't relevant to this issue. The last section that's referred to is section 9.02, which discusses a vested benefit. The vested benefit section states, if a member has completed 10 years of continuous service as an employee and his service is terminated for any reason other than death, retirement, or discharge for cause, he may elect to leave his own contributions in the fund and receive a deferred benefit commencing on his normal retirement date if he is living on such date. His vested benefit will be an amount equal to the amount of monthly normal retirement benefit he had accrued up to the date of termination of service, based on the provisions of the plan in effect on the date he terminated his service. The issue that had previously come up about this vested benefit section is that how normal retirement date can be defined for someone who leaves prior to what would have been their normal retirement date. The next section in the plan is 9.03, and that actually has a footnote that for purposes of calculating a terminated member's normal retirement date, For purposes of this section, continuous service shall include all periods actually credited as a continuous service under this plan, plus the period after the member last terminated his service with the town. A previous pension board did discuss these two sections in the matter of Patrick Kelly, and did find that that footnote to section 9.03 is also applicable to section 9.02. So that in calculating a vested benefit for normal retirement date, for purposes of just that section, continuous service can actually include the time after a terminated member's time in order to calculate what would have been the normal retirement date for the member. So for example, in Mr. Burley's case, he retired with a little over 12 years of service, which would mean he wasn't able to reach what would have been his normal retirement date of 25 years of service. But using that footnote from 9.03 and applying it to 9.02, he would be able to reach what would have been his normal retirement date for that section in order for that vested benefit to commence on what would have been his 25th year of service. So those are all the sections that I believe we've discussed as being potentially applicable to the questions from the actuary. What it leaves is for the board to discuss is the board's opinion on the situation where Mr. Burley did leave his service prior to having attained age 50, whether or not he is able to collect his benefit in accordance with 4.07, which is the early retirement date with consent that allows for the benefit to begin when a member has reached his 50th birthday and has completed 10 years of continuous service, or whether the appropriate section is 9.02 on the vested benefit, which would have the benefit commencing when the person reaches what would have been their normal retirement date, which in the case of the current fire contract would be the earlier of either age 62 or age 50 with 25 years of service. For Mr. Burley, the earlier date there would be age 50 with 25 years of service.
Krista?
Yes.
I know this has been back and forth a couple of times. I'm reading on 9.2. It says if a member has completed, I know you read this, completed 10 years of continuous service as an employee and his service is terminated for any reason other than death, retirement, or discharge for cause. The retirement is for cause. Is that how I read that one section?
No, discharge for cause, meaning you're fired for a for cause reason. For example, you embezzled funds or something.
So when it says is terminated for any reason other than death, retirement, or discharge for cause, he may elect to leave his contributions and receive a deferred benefit commencing on his normal retirement date if he is living on such date. So in his case, he did terminate his service. But it's just, is that still considered retirement by his termination?
No, he terminated his service, and he did not die. He did not collect a retirement benefit yet, and he was not discharged for cause. So none of those three would apply. So under that section, he would be able to leave his contributions in the fund, which has happened, and he would collect a deferred benefit commencing on what, according to the section, it says commencing on his normal retirement date. But using that interpretation of taking that footnote into account, it would be what would have been his normal retirement date had he continued to be actively in service. So for fire, it would be the earlier of the compulsory retirement date, or if you're hired before 2014, age 50 and 25. Okay. After 2014 is 55 and 25.
Okay, and he was hired before.
His situation sounds similar to Patrick Kelly's, but Patrick Kelly worked in the police department, right?
Correct.
This guy worked in the fire department. I don't know how much is the difference substantially, so substantially different that
So
we can't use the Patrick Kelly thing as a precedent?
the Patrick Kelly issue that came up was reaching that definition of what would have been his normal retirement date. The reason it was an issue for Patrick Kelly was because he was a police officer, and police officers no longer have a compulsory retirement date. So they weren't able to say that he would ever have be able to collect these benefits because there was no compulsory retirement date, and he's never going to be able to have the number of years of continuous service he would have needed to collect. So the Patrick Kelly opinion is what let that interpretation of that section include the years after a person terminated to be added on, so that you could, instead of saying they've reached their normal retirement date, to say they've reached the date of what would have been their normal retirement date. So for Mr. Kelly, once you allowed that, the board found that he was able to collect an early retirement benefit under section 9.02 on the date he would have qualified for a normal retirement benefit under the CBA that he retired under. So for him, under the 1419 police CBA, he was able to collect it on the day he would have completed 20 years of continuous service had he still been employed by the town.
The wording would have been sounds similar to the with Burley, but the difference is what you tell me is the fact that with Patrick Kelly, there was it had to do with the compulsory retirement. That's the main difference between the two.
That's why the decision had to be made, because if Patrick Kelly were a firefighter, he would have been able to have at least some date in the future that he could have collected that benefit if there was a compulsory date. But because there was not, the board interpreted that section to include that would have been language. So now that that section is interpreted to include that language, for police, it gives them a date because it gives them what would have been the years of continuous service. If you use that same language for fire, it gives them the earlier of either the compulsory retirement date or what would have been when they reach either 50 and 25 or 55 and 25, depending on their date of hire.
Are there any other precedents?
The other precedent is I mean, it's not a precedent, but the other board opinion that has been issued is the one that I read from 2017, which there was someone who wrote a question asking when they left after 23 years from the fire department, they weren't age 50. When they turned 50 and have what would have been their 25th year anniversary, could they collect their pension? So it's a similar question. But the person is asking when they turn 50 and have the 25th year, so 50 and 25. And the board answered the question that it's the opinion of the board on that form that under those current documents, that 06 pension plan and the 1419 contract, that the vested employee could take an early retirement and they would start collecting their pension if they were hired before July 1st, 2014 on their 50th birthday, and after July 1st, 2014 on their 55th birthday. And then they referred in that decision to the sections that I read after that, 4.02 and 9.02 from the pension plan, and then section 5, retirement age from the CBA. I didn't read that, but the section 5 retirement age from the CBA that defines that the retirement age for firefighters is the earlier of either age 62 or 55 and 25 if you were hired before 2014, and then the 62 or 55 and 25 if it's after 2014.
All right, thank you.
Krista, is what you're just saying there too, on the section 5, this is out of the 19 to 21 contract. If I remember correct, in my conversation with Mr. Lemoy and Mr. Burley back then, even referring to that decision, but that was under what the contract was in at the time. He retired under a different contract, so the either age 62 or age 50 and 25 years of service would apply. Am I?
It's a different contract, but I don't believe that language in section 5 changed.
Okay, so between that and 9.02, which says his normal retirement date, here is age 50 and 25 years of service, or age 62. So, and he's not one of the 4 people that are exempt that's listed there. So it's age 50 and 25. Am I interpreting that correctly, or is something I'm missing from what you just said?
Under 9.02, it would be the earlier of either age 62 or 55 and 25. And in Mr. Burley's case, that earlier one just happens to be the 50 and 25.
Right.
The other argument is whether or not section 4.07 applies, which is it provides for early retirement date with consent. And that section reads that a member who has reached his 50th birthday and has completed 10 years of continuous service may elect an early retirement date, which shall be the first day of the month thereafter as elected by the member, provided he terminates service with the town. So the question is, can someone, I guess the easier way to say the question is, does that section only apply to current employees who have both reached their 50th birthday and completed 10 years of continuous service? Or does that section apply to employees who have terminated their service prior to reaching their 50th birthday? And that's why we look to the definition of member in 1.07, which defines a member as an employee who becomes a participant in the plan, but shall not include a former employee whose service with the town is terminated.
I don't have the 4.07 in front of me. Can you read that one more time, please?
Sure. A member who has reached his 50th birthday and has completed 10 years of continuous service may elect an early retirement date, which shall be the first day of the month thereafter, as elected by the member, provided that he terminates service with the town.
No age mentioned, right?
Now, the age is a member who has reached his 50th birthday.
Which he hasn't yet.
Correct.
But there's nothing in 4.07 that can be interpreted as the person can't make that decision until they're 50. The way that I read that is, if they've completed 10 years of service and they turn 50, they can have an early retirement date. It doesn't say that early retirement date has to be after they were 50.
That's the question. So the language is a member who has reached his 50th birthday. So if you're a member, you have to be a current employee of the town whose service has not terminated. So in 4.07, if you're a member, that means you're a current employee who has reached his 50th birthday. That's the argument.
And this is in the current pension plan.
That's the 2006 pension plan for police and fire. Yep.
So you can't interpret a member as being a member of the retirement system.
Correct.
A member, in other words, well, they're not saying current employee, but that's what they mean.
A member is defined as an employee who becomes a participant in the plan, but shall not include any former employee whose service with the town has terminated.
Should not include a former employee. No.
So under 9.02, based on the Kelly decision, then the vested benefit would be provided at the time that someone who has vested, they have at least 10 years of continuous service, and they've terminated from the town. It would commence when they would reach what would have been their normal retirement date. So I think 9.02 based on Kelly would be for a firefighter under these current documents, the earlier of 62 or 50 and 25 years of service. So that's the 9.02 interpretation, but the 4.07 interpretation and whether or not that can apply to a member who, or excuse me, I can't say member, to a person who leaves before they have reached their 50th birthday is an issue.
Well, I'm just going to throw this out there. The consent judgment that the fire department agreed with, state and 3A there says that effective July 1st, 2014, thereafter, retirement age for all current firefighter members shall be age of 1, age 62, should be the earlier of 1, age 62, or 2, age 50 and 25 years of service. So the consent judgment kind of matches up with part where it says his normal retirement date. So, and then when I looked at over this part, to me, I think the key thing there is that once he terminated, he was no longer a member. My opinion, or just my viewpoint. So I'm not the lawyer, but the way I look at it and read this, it's because he retired under a different contract than what they talked about before. He's got to be reached age 50 and 25 years of service, or what would have been that to collect. Unless I'm missing something, and if I make a mistake, somebody correct me. That's all. I'm just one person.
Well, I mean, if you go by the 2017 opinion, he should be able to start collecting on his 50th birthday. And that was the opinion that was reached by the board. And I mean, I understand making your decision based on that, but there was also a contract 2 years later, and he was still working 2 years later. You know what I mean? So, but if this is the ruling that we're gonna go by, and he talked to somebody that was on the pension board, like, this is probably something that we should address, and we should have a definitive answer on, like, what's going to happen in situations like this.
The only thing I question, I'm reading that 17 again. He's looking, this was an occupational disability too. So
No,
Nothing was said about that.
unless I'm reading the wrong thing, and this is what I thought you sent me. 73, 72, COLA. We got mixed in the wrong packet, maybe? Okay, come on. Patrick Kelly wasn't occupational, is that correct?
I do not believe so.
No, I think he just transferred
I got
departments.
it. What's paper?
No, he just applied as an early retirement. Nope, he just left his employment. He had 14 years of service. That was it.
sounds like another case of conflicts between one section and another section, and we keep, more than once, a number of sections with this, where we're trying to figure out, but which section should we apply in making the decision? And I don't know, but those sections are there. I don't know how we can decide which section, make an arbitrary decision as to which section to use. It's
Like I said, I think we need to do whatever we can to come to some clarification, because, if members are having these conversations with other members, and you would assume that they're having these conversations with, executive board members of their union who are familiar with both the contract and the plan. If this is what these guys are being told, that they can do this, we run the risk that something like this is going to happen again. So I think that we need to try and figure out a way where we can clarify what the expectations are and what's going to happen, so that members are aware of what the situation is going to be. Whether they retire early, if they do retire early, when they can begin to collect, or, they need to know there isn't this retiring early and collecting at 50 option anymore. I think that, we either need to take the time, or, unfortunately take the time and probably spend the money to revise the language and make sure that the language matches up, so that there's not a situation where we're pointing to 3 different sections of 3 different contracts, because we're not going to get anywhere.
I guess to do that, this issue like this, you probably have to go back to the people that to the bodies that wrote the collective bargaining bills, which we don't do. I mean, we've been trying to bring the manual up to date. We started that about 5 years ago. We still haven't completed that, but that's the easy part. But that we can do ourselves, but we can't do this other stuff, which belongs, to my opinion, in the which belongs in the hands of these other bodies, and they give us, which they give to us to use. Fire department collective bargaining bill, police department collective bargaining bill, and the rules and regulations for the other departments, the other workers. Yeah.
So arguably, and I'll just throw it out there, reading the plan and reading it in the different ways. If 4.07 is read that you have to have reached your 50th birthday before you leave. So in order to take advantage of 4.07, if you read it that you have to be both 10 years of service and age 50, that gives you an early retirement kind of option for someone who's an older employee who's reached age 50 while they are still employed. Right. And then 9.02 would give a different employee an option on a vested benefit, because you haven't yet reached age 50, but you have reached 10 years of service. So you're still considered a vested employee. You just have to wait until what would have been your normal retirement date in order to begin to collect a benefit on that vested benefit. If you read it the other way and you read 4.07 as allowing anyone who reaches 50 at any point before or after they terminate service, that once they reach age 50, they can and complete 10 years of service, they can collect, then when would you ever use 9.02?
Because that doesn't make, well, I'm gonna say it, it doesn't make sense. Because then if you have that, if you look at it that way, you could put 10 years in and just retiring and start collecting right away because there's no years of service. Yet other sections talk about years of service. You normally don't collect a pension until you reach, when you have to be vested, until you have to read whatever your CBA says or the plan, whichever one trumps the other. If you've got a CBA, whatever it says when your retirement date is, and that's when you can apply for a pension, that's what you have to do. If you decide to leave earlier and you're invested, then you have a choice of taking one lump sum or leaving it and following what your CBA says. And if that doesn't specify, then you fall back on the plan. But it's everything that I've been looking at through here, and I went back and read stuff, and and I've done this a few times. He would still have to wait to collect his pension based on if he had worked X number of years. So whatever he's worked, subtract that from what the years of service requirement is, and that's how much more he has to wait to collect his pension. Now, if he reaches age 50, and the problem is what I'm looking at, I think the whole thing that keys on is one word, and. I've learned from Krista that and and shall, when we've talked about other issues in the past, and they didn't have that either term in there, so that was interpreted different. But when you put 50 and 25 years of service, that changes things. So what would have been his 25th year of service, and he's reached 25, but he has to do both. It's not if one comes before the other. That's how I look at it and see it. So to me, he's got to be age 50 and would have been 25 years of service. Now he's going to reach age 50 before the 25 years of service. If I remember correctly, what you're saying, what, 12 or 13 years in?
Correctly. He'll reach age 50 in about 5 years. He won't reach what would have been 25 years of service and age 50 until 2033. And I can't do that math. What's that? 12 years ish?
Yeah, something like that. Okay. But the contract before, I believe, was something different, and that was what Mr. Lemoy and him were talked about. And I went talked with Dave about that after. And I said, Dave, we did retire under a different contract. So I don't think there was that much difference in the language, but years of service, the word and, I'm just looking at it that and the word and, so it puts the two together.
And the 2017 opinion, it took the different ages, the 50 versus the 55, from presumably from section 5 of the CBA that refers to the different 55 and 25 or 50 and 25. But it just did not also reference the and 25, and I don't have an explanation for that, unfortunately.
Is it? It was that maybe the and. I'm trying to think. Was the and not in that previous contract?
It was.
It was. Okay.
It was. I believe in 2017 it was the board's interpretation of 4.07. Because that does not have a specification of a years of service. That just has that you're a vested employee because you've completed 10 years and you've reached your 50th birthday. But I can't tell you for certain.
With the intent of 4.07, then a person gets hired at 19 years old, puts 10 years in, comes vested, and then leaves, but can't collect until they reach the age of 50? Is that the intent, so that they can't collect right away?
That's 9.02. That's the vested benefit that you described.
Okay.
And some of the contracts actually say that. Even if you've reached what would have been your normal retirement, like 20 years or 25 years, some of the current contracts say you still can't collect it until you've also reached a certain age.
Right.
So
trying to figure
4.07 would be for someone who was hired at, say, 40. So they've reached 10 years of service, they're vested, and they are age 50.
Yeah,
They're already they've already reached age 50. It would, if you read it that it's when a member who has reached his 50th birthday and has completed 10 years of continuous service, it would be for someone who started older and wanted to leave service with less than a normal retirement. They would get, this would be an early retirement benefit that they'd be able to leave with consent, it says in the heading, and then collect a benefit at 50. Because let's say they were hired at 40, at age 50, they would vest with 10 years. If they had to wait until 50 and 25, they wouldn't be able to collect until they were 65.
so the confusion then is because one section's intent was for somebody who was hired at an older age, and another section is what people most of do start at a certain age, and it covers that. So they're trying to cover two different situations with those sections, and then its interpretation is who it applies to in that, and what, if somebody leaves before their retirement date. So
I can't say for sure that that was the intent in 2006. I had nothing to do with drafting this language. I'm just giving possible interpretations of why 4.07 and 9.02 would both exist.
So
In
having
some
both
cases,
exist,
they may be talking about a full benefit without really using the terms full benefit. Maybe that's what they mean in some cases, but.
Well, the benefit would still be based on the years of service in either section.
Then there's the other section where it says they do allow for a reduced benefit, a pension with a reduced benefit.
Yes, it does. Yep.
That sounds like, to me, like, well, you don't really need to have 25 years of service at age 50. Maybe that sounds like, maybe that may be like the full benefit that they're talking about. But the other sections, to me, they imply that you can get at other time you can get the pension with a reduced benefit. It allows for a number of different things. That's where to me, that's where I get confused. And I don't know whether I'm the only one. What Harry Truman says when he was being advised by economists, they were saying to him, well, on the one hand, we can do this, and on the other hand, we can do that. And he says, well, what we need is more hands.
see, under the 2019 to 21 contract, when it talks in section 5 retirement age, effective July 1st, 2014 and thereafter, retirement age for all current firefighters, and he was in the contract at that time, members shall be of earlier either age 62 or 50 and 25 years of service. So that's the retirement age section, right?
Correct.
But they put the and 25 years of service in a section that just talks about age. The consent judgment says the same thing. So the consent judgment, when they did that, didn't change anything. Basically, it's word to word from their CBA. I mean, if you just put an age, like you said, the person get hired at 40 and age 50, they can leave and collect a pension. And then calculate right away without having to put any more time. But still, the and part is what, it's two requirements to be met, not just one.
I don't necessarily know that we can even, I mean, I understand where you guys are coming from with the, saying that 9.02 would really only apply to an older employee, but I think that if we make that judgment and we use that in making our judgment, we run the risk that we're gonna end up in court, and Burley's lawyer is gonna say, well, you can't make that assumption because 9.02 says absolutely nothing about age.
No, but it talks about if a member has completed 10 years of service, of continuous service, which he has as an employee, and the service is terminated for any reason other than death, retirement, and discharge for cause, which applies to him, he may elect to leave his own contributions in the fund and receive a deferred benefit commencing on his normal retirement date. So his normal retirement date, in this case, is, unfortunately, they put it with age 50 and 25 years of service. So they put an age limit in there, but it's 25 years of service, right? So that's his 25 years of service would have been his normal retirement date.
Al, there is a hand up in the public if you want to allow for public comment now.
I don't see that.
Al Norman Landrosh has his hand up if you want me to allow him to talk.
Yeah, go ahead. I can't see that on my screen, but go ahead.
Yeah. Norman, you're on.
Members,
Norman, can you hear us?
Your microphone's muted.
You're-
Norman.
how about now?
Good.
Good evening. How you guys doing?
Okay.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman and pension board members, I do believe the early retirement issue's been addressed even prior to Pat Kelly, and I'm talking about the early retirement. These are the new contracts that clearly there's an age factor built in, and previously there wasn't an age factor pulled in as far as utilized. What I do believe is when a member, even if he's before 50 years old, terminates or goes to retire, there is an early retirement checkbox. So I see or view the early retirement as not mandating you to be 50 at the time that you elect to retire under the early retirement provision. So you're leaving your money in, you're certainly getting much less than a benefit. And I see that you'd be able to collect that on the normal retirement date of the years of service. So that's my interpretation. I do believe well before Patrick Kelly that there were other retirees in the pension system that were allowed to check early retirement. They were not 50 years old, and they did start to collect their retirement at their, back then, members, it was only 20-year pensions, police and fire.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the 25-50 prior to 14, the 25-55 after 14. That's certainly another component then, but I don't think it changed the early retirement request if you're retiring even before the age of 50 to leave your money in there because you are vested with 10 years of service with the likelihood of collecting upon your normal retirement date, which would be 25 years of service or 20, whatever it's built in for. I really can't speak to why that 50 years is there. When I was there, I'll be honest with you, I interpreted it to allow a member under the age of 50 on a termination and an application, there is a check mark for early retirement. So I was under the understanding, when it came to the pension board, we would allow early retirement, and he or she would start collecting on that 20-year pension threshold when I was an employee. I can't speak to the new contract language, but it would allow for an early retirement.
Yeah, Norman, that's exactly 9.02. Is 9.02 is exactly that language, that you'd be able to complete your 10 years of continuous service, and you could be earlier than 50 and then collect it on what would have been your normal retirement date. That's 9.02. It just so happens that with the new CBA language, that's also age 50. But like you said, before the 1419 CBAs, when it was just 20 years, that would be 9.02. And it would have been on what would have been your normal retirement date. That would not have had an age component before these contracts. That would have just been the 20 years. That's what you just described as 9.02. So for now, 9.02 has the age component because retirement age as a definition now has years of service plus the age in the new contracts. So the section that is still it's still in there is the 4.07, and that language is in that section is the one that says a member who has reached his 50th birthday and has completed 10 years of continuous service may elect an early retirement date, and then it goes on. So whether or not that section can be applicable to a member who has not reached his 50th birthday prior to termination, I think is creating the confusion.
Okay, well, I mean, just for the record, I'm of the opinion that somebody can elect an early termination without reaching the age of 50 when he terminates or she terminates. My opinion, clearly firefighters aren't being hired at 40 years old, like spoken
Right.
about. You're getting,
and then they would receive the benefit on what would have been their normal retirement date.
that's
Yes.
correct.
Yeah.
There's people in the current contract that have gotten employment with the town at a very late age, and they don't fall under the compulsory age requirement. So there's differences now. So I think it should cut two ways, where that under 50-year-old employee, I certainly do see the right for him to retire, early retirement. I don't think you have to consider the age. That's just me personally. And I think it happened way before Pat Kelly with other police and fire. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Norman,
Albert.
sorry, Mr. Landris. Under 9.2, it talks about received a deferred benefit commencing on his normal retirement date, if he is living on such date. I don't think anybody's disputing any of that. I think the question comes up to, and I think you kind of said it, and that based on what was like when you and I were started, what it was requirements then. The only thing they did is they put an age in there and they put that word in, and that seems to make the problem. If you just had no age, you still would have to wait till his normal retirement date, and that would still means he can't collect until he's reached what's retirement date now is what, 25 years of service under the CBA that he retired under. Does that make sense with what I'm saying, Norman? Norman's not here.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I mean, really, board decision. I just wanted to weigh in from the perspective of how I understand it, or how I would treat Mr. Burley's election for early retirement. I mean, the power's with the board, so I'm certainly I'm gonna let you guys do your job. I'm just weighing in from my perspective.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Consent judgment, fire consent judgment, section 3A, effective July 1st, 2014 and thereafter. Retirement age for all current firefighter members shall be the earlier of age 62 or age 50 and 25 years of service. I mean, that's pretty clear what it's saying. It's definitive. That's the contract he retired under, or he left under, I should say. He didn't retire, he left. So as the language here was terminated, but other than death, retirement, or discharge. So 9.02 says he can receive a deferred benefit commencing on his normal retirement date. Everything goes back to a normal retirement date or what your retirement date would be. So unfortunately, the contract he retired under made it 25 years of service. Like when Norman and I first started, it was only 20 years and no date. So things have changed. They have to pay more into the pension system every week than I used to. They have to work longer. It's just.
Albert, when it says 25 years of service and age 50, I was thinking that might mean that that you can start collecting your benefit at that time. But if you leave earlier, like this guy did, and he had 12 years of service, then if it's like some of these other cases that we're talking about, they're different, but they're not entirely different. They're not identical, but they have some similarities, especially with the Kelly case. You know, but my thinking is that, hey, he should be eligible for a reduced benefit at some later time, not right away, of course, but at some later time, maybe when he reaches that retirement age of 50. He'll have to wait many years. You have to wait that long, or whatever the whatever it means when it says you have to wait. What would have been his normal retirement date? I heard that expression a few times. Is that always still 24 and 50? What would have been?
50 and 25. Age 50 and 25 years of service would be the earlier normal retirement date.
Normal, that was the normal retirement. Now, my question again is, does that mean that that you can start collecting at that particular point, or you have to wait until that time to get your full benefit, or can you get a reduced benefit? Any other other circumstances under which one can get a reduced benefit?
He's going to get the reduced. He's going to get a reduced benefit based on the amount of money he put in.
Yeah.
So
it'll be based on the years of service.
Right. So if he put in 12 years of service, whatever that figures out by Nyhart does the calculation, that's how much his pension's going to be. It's not going to be as if he worked 20 years or 25 years. It's going to be a small amount because he actually paid in for less years. The normal, when it talks about normal retirement date, that has changed over the years. And I'm talking some time back. That keeps changing. All right. Like I said, when Norman and I started, it was 20 years, period. All right. Now, up into this one here, it says age 50 and 25 years of service. So that normal retirement date has changed in more than one faction, in more than one face. It had this change, and now it's another place later, it changed again. So the changes are not just 20 years, 25 years, 28 years, or whatever. It changed. It also, they started putting age requirements in. So now you could have 20, if you had to go with this here, you could work, have 25 years of service in, but if you started young enough, be 40 years old and retire, this section won't allow you to do that. So you still have to wait 10 years before you can collect. That's just the way it's worded in the contract, right? Sometimes when contracts are done and they put stuff in there, that it's not always looked at all the different scenarios that could happen. So whoever come up with this language here at age 50 and the 25 years of service, maybe intent was 50 years or 25 years of service. I don't know. I wasn't in those negotiations or anything when this stuff was written up. But I mean, it says what it is, but it keeps changing. So
maybe what we're talking about here is a mistake. It's a big mistake.
No, the contracts are definitely age 50 and a number of years of service. That's definitely the new contracts. You have to have both.
Yeah, that's not, I mean, if that wasn't their intent, they didn't specify it clear enough, and they agreed on the contract when they signed it. That's if that's not their intent, well, that's done deal. There's nothing you can do about that and change it on the next contract. But it's just, it specifies that, and what I'm getting at is it can change from contract. The next contract can say age 60 and 20 years of service. So whatever they put in there and agree to, this particular change here and this one gives you an age and a number of years. Those numbers are going to change all the time. Maybe not every year, maybe not every contract. So it's just the normal retirement date. That's a clause. What is it? Well, in this particular consent judgment, it says after July 1st, 2014, age 62 or 50 and 25 years of service. I mean, maybe I'm just looking at it in black and white, but that's what it says. I don't know. Anybody else?
He is entitled to something, though, isn't he? I mean,
yes, absolutely.
No question about that.
It's not that we're going to say, well, you have to withdraw your money, but just a matter, maybe when can he get it, or how much, or I think it's more about when, I guess.
It's not the amount that's in question. It's just when he can start collecting.
When? It's not the amount that's in question, right?
No, it's just when he can collect it. What's the requirements he has to meet to start collecting his pension?
Well, that makes it a little bit easier to say when. We're halfway there.
For instance, I'll go one step further. If you go further down in that consent judgment in section B, all right, effective July 1st, 2014, any firefighter member hired on or after such date, the retirement age shall be the early of age 62, that hasn't changed, or age 55 and 25 years of service. So in that case, they added 5 years to it. Previously, they made it age 50. It may not have been an age requirement before that. It keeps changing. That's that normal retirement date. It's whatever is specified. In this contract, or this consent judgment, which is part of their CBA, it gives you a definitive date and information of what it's going to be, requirement. Then it gives you anything on that date, and after, it's a different definitive what the requirement is. It's still your normal retirement date. I mean, I don't know. We're going to stop going to circles there pretty much if we already haven't done it, but it just, they keep changing it, and it's just, it is what it is. That's the contract he retired under. If he retired on before, I think Krista said it was the same, and I believe it was when we looked at that before. I don't know, I guess the only other way to say it is what it is, you know. We may not always like what we see or what it is, but, and I feel a person should get what they put into and get for it. And I've said it before, we have meetings and stuff. If he's got it coming, he's gonna get it, all right? But we have a responsibility as a board, and because we administer the plan. Am I correct, Krista? That's our job, basically. So we have to go by what's in front of us. It's not for us to say, well, we don't think that was the intent, let's do this. Like I said, they keep changing that normal retirement date, and then they've added things. They added an age. Why they did, don't know, but it's there, so we have to deal with it. Anybody else? Any suggestions, or anybody want to put something out there? Do we take a vote? What do you want to do?
I don't think we can take a vote. It's kind of like up in the air. We really don't know what to do. Maybe we ought to table it for now and take it up again at the next meeting. Maybe between now and then we will have had more information, know a little bit more about all of this.
Ralph,
I don't know how we can make a decision now. There's so much conflicts there that.
Ralph, we've discussed this several times, not with just him, with other people. It's just, I don't want to.
Well, okay. Yeah.
Deferring it, I mean, tabling it is not going to make a difference right now because he's not collecting any money.
Right.
But 45, you said, Krista, I believe. Okay, so he whether we make a decision tonight or next month or whenever, it's not going to matter unless we eliminate the age and we just say he can collect his pension right away. I don't know if we can do that based on that, because again, what Mr. Satchel said, you know, we could get sued by somebody else for something just the opposite way. So not that we're caught between a rock and a hard place, but we do have to watch what we say and do. So
we could make a decision, Al. We could, set a precedent. Like, this board has made decisions before where precedents were set. I guess we could do the same thing again.
But is the 2017 ruling already a precedent?
Hmm?
Right. If we go by the 2017 decision, which is what Mr. Burley was retiring, that was his impression.
No, I don't mean to say a precedent for this. What I mean to say is that in the past, we've made decisions which were precedents at that time. Not that there was a precedent for this.
Krista?
Yes.
For that case, yes.
Like when you smile like that, I don't like that. That decision, if a CBA says something different, does one trump the other?
The CBA would be the controlling document. So if the
but I
CBA
wanted
was
to get-
different, it would control. I don't know that it is.
Reason being?
I don't believe that the language changed from 2014-19 to 2019-2021.
And if I remember correct, you said earlier, I don't know how long ago that was, but they were both the same.
I believe they are. I haven't looked tonight, but from memory, I believe that they are.
I believe
I mean, The board is certainly welcome to have a motion and to take a vote this evening. To Ralph's point, if you feel that there's more information you require, the earliest Mr. Burley would collect his benefit would be somewhere in 2025, I believe. So he is not missing out on a benefit that he would be collecting because he has not reached age 50 yet. But I don't know what other information the board feels that they need in order to make a decision.
The only issue is, from Mr. Burley's point of view, if he's looking to collect now and we table it and that, then that becomes the issue there.
Well, there is no now. It would be at age 50, which he would reach in 2025, age 50 and 25 years of service, which he would reach in 2033, or age 62, which he would reach in 2037.
Could we, since we don't have to make a decision on this one now, is it possible to kick it back to the town and the union and say, why don't you guys figure this out and then negotiate it? Or is it something that we have to?
Well, I can't say it's not possible. I can say that the likely answer will be that the pension board interprets the documents.
That would be opening up the CBA and changing and going into with the town and the union, or the fire department, the firefighters, and making a change. Then the question comes up, when he terminated, that was the contract, that's what the contract said at the time. So even if they protected him, that wouldn't apply to him. So which is what I talked with him and Mr. Lemoy really back at the beginning. I said, what you're referring to was a contract then, but I said that contract is passed and now they have a new one. You retired under the newer one. So even in that newer one, it talks about before and after 14. It gives you different information, what the requirements are. It's changing from time to time, depending on what it is. So it's just a matter of, that's why I asked the question, what trumps, And from what I remember from what you've told me before, Krista, unless there's something in the CBA or there's a ordinance, something, then the plan is what you always fall back onto. In this case, we have a CBA, also have a consent judgment, and that is very clear as to what happens effective July 1st, 2014, and thereafter. And then it says further, effective July 1st, any firefighter hired after this date, they go to age 50 and 55 and 25 years. So it spelled out different things. It was similar to the disablees. They were doing, forget the term now. When they did consent judgment, instead of going, they changed and it's specified in that judgment exactly that they were going to be getting COLAs instead of.
Al, I don't know that introducing more examples might be helpful.
Let me just put it this way: when another entity made a decision, and did something, made a change in an agreement, they specified exactly what those changes would be, very clear, and there was no question about it. Same thing here, they've changed what the normal retirement would be by specifying, before it used to be just number of years. Now they've added age to it. Who did, what the intent was, I don't know, and why, I don't know, but it just says that, and it specifies what it would be for current members, and it specifies people hired after July 1st, 2014, what that change is, what they'll mean. There is specified exactly what it is, so it's spelled out. The CBA usually trumps everything unless, because that's an agreement between the town and that particular union. They agreed on that. If that's different than the plan, everybody agrees on it, then that's what happens. I don't know if I'm not the only one, just how I interpret it.
Al, do you have a suggestion that one of us here could use to make a proposal make a motion to get through this? You have a suggestion? You have
I don't want to make a suggestion just on my own. I might be the chairman, but I don't feel that to be the chairman that I should have the final say and make a decision and say this is what it's going to be.
No, you don't have to.
I offer my opinion, my thoughts on it. I try to explain my viewpoint and what I'm, for lack of a better term, going to hang my hat on. But everybody else on the board, their opinion is just as valuable. And so it's a general consensus. If we want to do something, we take a vote. If 3 out of 4 say yes to whatever is proposed, fine. If 2 out of 4 say yes and 2 out of 4 say no, well, then we haven't accomplished anything. Well, we have, but we don't have anything done because there's only 4 of us here tonight. So, but it's not just me. I still my viewpoint and my opinion. It's just up to the rest of you. And if somebody wants to put something out there and we all agree on it and say, okay, we're making a motion and we do a vote, that's fine. We table it, that's okay too. It's been dragging on for a while, but we have other things like that. And it does get frustrating for the members who are waiting for an answer. And I don't think we do it intentionally to drag everything out, but that's what happens. And I would just like to try and button some things up in that. We've been hashing this for a while. I don't know if we really got any further or not. We may have taken a half a step or 2 forward, but are we at the point where we can open the door and go further? I don't know. I have to get everybody else's input. That's what we're going to do next. If you want to do something, or if you want to table it, it's not just I give my opinion, my thoughts on it.
I'm not suggesting you should make a motion, which you can't, but I'd like to hear your opinion again. I've heard a lot from you. You covered a lot of ground there, covering up different alternatives and so forth. But
yeah, there's a lot of ground been covered because there's too many too many pieces to the puzzle. So we're trying to interpret some things and say what it is. So,
well, I value your opinion.
Yeah. Well, it's not that. It's just one thing says one thing, we go to another document says another. So we're trying just to put it together. I'm just trying to, in my head, try to keep it as simple as possible without screwing the member. I shouldn't use that language. Without the member getting something taken away from them that they deserve, or hurting the plan for giving out something that's not the member should receive. So just being fair all the way around is how I'm looking at it. With everything that's been talked about tonight and what I see here and that, to me, the CBA that he retired under, because that trumps everything else, that agreement between the fire union and the town says age 50 and 25 years of service.
And
that's my opinion. I look at it and I think my own opinion is that's what applies.
Mm. Well, my thinking was that he would be or should be entitled to a reduced benefit. He's based on his, what, how many years of service? 12, 14 years of service?
I think it was 12 or 13.
12 or 13. And
The amount he's gonna get is not in question. He's gonna get what the actuary figures out for what he put in for those years, what the amount will be. Let's say if he worked, just throwing numbers out there, he did 25 years of service and his pension was gonna be $3,000 a month, okay? So because he only did, say, 13 years, he's gonna have less than that. He's gonna collect less amount of money for the rest of the time period that he's a member, that he's living. That's what his pension amount is gonna be per month. Because he didn't reach the full retirement age before he terminated, he's gonna get just what he put into it, what that comes out, whatever the actuary figures it out to. It's just a matter of, the question is basically, trying to keep it simple, is when can he start collecting?
now, and the rule of the words 50 and 25 years of service, or whatever, if that rules him out, then does that mean that he could collect a reduced benefit of 62?
Right, he's gonna, if you go between the two, he's gonna reach age 50 and 25 before 62, if I remember how Krista figured it out. The other thing also, it says the retirement age for all current firefighter members. So he was current at the time this consent judgment was done. That's the only other thing that I can throw out.
Yeah.
If nobody has a suggestion or wants to make a motion or anything, for expediency to get to the rest of this agenda and not, spend a lot of time, if we're not going to come up with something within the next couple of minutes, then I suggest that we table this. And if nothing else, even if we just do an executive session somewhere around the corner here where we can hash out on our time and not tie everybody else up on a regular meeting, and see if we can come up with a solution before we come back with it. Then let's do that, because we still got a bit to go on this agenda.
So I want to go back to something that Mr. Landroche brought up. When an employee, whenever they make the decision, when they're going to retire, there's paperwork that they have to fill out, correct?
Right.
That's what he said.
And within that paperwork, now that paperwork, because they are town employees and because the retirement is going to go, they're going to be taking from the pension that they've been putting into, that is town paperwork, correct? And
Right.
that paperwork and all of those things, that's promulgated by the town?
Pension board.
By the pension board. So paperwork that was promulgated by the pension board, approved by the pension board, whatever, there is a space where they are allowed to check off a box for early retirement.
I'm not positive.
Is that what Mr. Landroche said? Didn't he say that there was a box that it's literally a tick box about early retirement?
Correct.
Well,
I haven't checked in the recent application.
Yeah,
Hold
so
on
I
a
mean,
second, because there is an application in our packet here tonight. Let me just find it, because I looked at it earlier. I got finished work a few minutes before and I was going through the stuff. There is an application in tonight's packet here. Let me find it. I know there is.
Well, but what I'm getting at is we're giving them the option of an early retirement.
I don't know that that's an option on the current form.
No.
Hold on 1 second, everybody. I'll go check something here.
Looking at the ones that are in the packet, it's not. But I would have to pull the form off my computer to see if these are the most recent version. I assume they are. The options are normal retirement, ordinary disability, return of contributions plus interest, occupational disability, deferred, vested, and optional Article 8.
You go through that one more time? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Oh, I keep knocking the cord out of my headset. I'm sorry. Normal retirement, ordinary disability, return of contributions plus interest, occupational disability, deferred, vested, and optional Article 8.
So what would he have checked off? Deferred, vested?
I believe so, but I would have to go check his application, and I don't know.
But if he checked off the deferred, vested, right? That application had to have been approved, correct?
Correct.
So he checked off his option for a deferred, vested option. His application was approved and he retired. So he retired with approved paperwork saying that he was taking a deferred, vested pension, correct?
If that's what his application said, and I don't know the answer to that.
I think that that's something that we should take a look at. And if we can get that information, I think that that would help me make my decision, because if he checked off the tick box for a deferred vested withdrawal, or however you want to say it, his application for retirement was approved. Nobody came back to him and said, under this CBA, you can't take this. Well, you don't meet these specifications.
Well, but a deferred, well, okay. I was going to go back to, is it Article 9.02 or 4.07? But I think I'm going to put us back around the loop again.
Yes. Yep.
Tracy, do you have Mr. Burley's application up? I don't have it. I mean, I'm sure I can find it, but I just don't have it in front of me.
I don't have it handy.
Yeah,
I can try to look while you guys continue talking on my email. I have it in the office. I can see if I can find it on the email while you guys are talking. I'll start looking. I'll log into my email, see if I can find the packet. I think he put it in July of 20, I think.
Yeah, I think that the calc questions came in September of 20 and October of 20 from Nyhart. So.
Right, because I think he actually left in July of 20. So I'll look. Go ahead. You guys continue talking. I'll see if I can pull it up on my email. I might not. I might be able to.
Well, in the interest of expediency, I'm checking my email too. It's up to the board, but Adam, if you think that that would be helpful to see the application, then maybe it does make sense to table it one more month just to pull all the extra information, but it's completely up to all of you.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though? I feel like this is something that should have been looked over and the discussion should have been had. And, so this guy retired under the impression that this is what he was going to be doing. And I would imagine that he probably wouldn't have retired, or he may have made a different decision had he known that he wasn't going to be able to collect this at the age of 50. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why I'm having so much trouble making this decision, because it's like Al said, we have a responsibility to make sure that this fund stays solvent, but at the same time, we also have a responsibility to the members. And if this person went through this whole entire process under the impression that this is what was going to happen, and this is what he planned his whatever moves based on. I feel that we owe it to Mr. Burley to at least, do our due diligence and do some research to see if that was indeed the case. This is only my second meeting, you know what I mean? So this is only the second time that I've actually had the discussions about this. But, I look at it as, I'm in a pension system. I'm not in the town system. I'm in the state system, and I'm going to be making my decisions on when I'm going to retire and what I'm going to do when I retire based on what I'm told when that time comes by whoever is guiding me through the process. So I think that, we owe it to Mr. Burley to go and see if that's what he was being told. And if that's what he was being told by, members of his union, by people who negotiated this contract, by whoever else he may have spoken to, he made this decision, and here we are, more than a year later, possibly making a change to that. I don't necessarily know if that's right.
One other thing I'm just going to throw in there in this application process, on page 2, the very bottom, it says total service computation. Number of total years and completed months of continuous service to town prior to retirement. Actual service including IOD and purchase time minus leave of absence and other non-credited time. So it's looking for his amount of time, he or her amount of time of service based on all those conditions, whatever that number comes up to be. So if it's less than what your normal retirement date is, then when this paperwork is turned to an actuary with the figures we get from finance to them, it's based on the number of years. So he's going to get less than if he had put the number of years in at the contract that he retired under. So again, it still talks about total service, and it gets back to the other parts of the contract, years of service, and then when you get into normal retirement, and then you get into what CVAs are and that, and that's where, like I said before, it'll change. It's changed before and it's going to change again. It's going to keep changing. Whatever those changes are, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're not. It all depends on who's looking at it and what side of the coin you're on. But I would suggest that we have Tracy find it. I know I remember seeing it. It was some time back. So get what it is, and then we can. I would suggest we go over it at an executive session. So if it drags out, we're not making everybody else sit a regular meeting and wait for their part of the agenda to come up. Have a discussion with that once we get this actual application, and see if we can come up with a decision at that point. So
There are a limited number of reasons that you can discuss a matter in executive session, Al, and that's not one of them.
Okay, no problem. I'm just trying to save people sitting here like we're doing right now and everybody else waiting. But okay, that's why you're here. All right, so I suggest we do a motion to table until we can get application from Tracy, a copy of it, and then we have time to look at it and digest it and then come back and.
So move to table. That motion.
Second it.
Motion's been made and seconded to table Mr. Burley's question on his collecting of his pension until we get an actual copy of his application and review it again.
I would recommend, sorry, Al, I would recommend a date so that it stays on the agenda. So if you want to say to the next meeting or to 2 months, whichever, but if you table indefinitely.
Yeah, okay.
Table to the next meeting.
Motion been made and seconded to table Mr. Burley's, when he can collect his pension until the next meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, so, let's see, where am I here?
Mr. Chairman, can I also make a recommendation? When I moved over to attendees, I did see that Mr. Longo and his counsel are attending on item L. May I suggest that that be taken out of order?
Sure. Do we need to motion or can I just do it?
Motion.
I need a motion to change the agenda to take item L and bring that up to before J.
I'll make a motion to bring item L up ahead of J.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to bring item L on the agenda and present it before item J. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Item L, discussion and action vote on benefit calculation for Marafongo for service credit time between two different unions, departments. Looking. I remember some discussion with Tracy back and forth on that. Were you involved in anything on that, Krista?
Sure, I can give the quick summary if you want. Mr. Longo started with the town in about 1999. He worked approximately 1.75 years of service in the municipal union until approximately February 28 of 2001. During that time, he was actively contributing to the pension plan. After that, he moved to the police department, where he started on 3/1/2001 and is currently a detective who is anticipating retiring on July 27th, 2021. The question that has come up is Mr. Longo wishes to purchase the 1.75 years of service that he worked in the municipal union and credit that toward his pension. The actuary has asked a question about crediting that service and how the purchase works. Under the current police CBA, I believe Section 3 addresses municipal service credit, which allows employees to purchase an additional 2 years of service for time spent in either active military service or for prior municipal service to the town. The section indicates that such time may be purchased at the employee's contribution rate and salary at the time the employee first began contributing to the pension, and the actual employee contribution necessary to purchase such time shall be determined by the pension actuary. It's my understanding that Mr. Longo did contribute while he was working as part of the municipal union from 99 till 2001. Looking at the municipal plan from that time period, it appears that the contribution rate would have been 7%, and his normal retirement benefit would have accrued at 2.25%. When he transferred over to the police union in 2001, that collective bargaining agreement would have had a contribution rate, I believe, of 6.5%. With a 2.5% per year accrual of the normal retirement benefit. I believe that Mr. Longo has left his contributions when he made them from the municipal plan in the fund. I don't believe there's been any return of contributions. So I believe that he would have contributed for those 2 years already back in from 99 to 2001 when he did the credit. I will ask if the administrator can allow Attorney Roy to speak on Mr. Longo's behalf and see if he has any further information he wants the board to hear. And just to confirm that those contributions remain with the fund and that there was no return of contributions for those time periods.
Yes.
He has got permission to talk, Krista, and I also just sent you a message if you can check real quick.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Roy, if you want to unmute yourself and turn your camera on, you have the floor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
So I think that Krista and I had an opportunity to speak before the hearing today. We spoke last week, and I think that she's accurately, as always, described what's before the board. We believe that Mark Longo should be allowed to purchase the 1.75 years or 3.93% of pension. Obviously, there's a difference between what he contributed, the rate or whatever that he contributed as a dispatcher compared to what a police officer is. So he's willing to make up that difference. We believe that he should end up with 54.26%, 20 years of police in 4 months, along with a dispatch of 1.75 years. And I hope, given the late hour that I've accurately described, what we believe should be the result here. Thank you.
Sir,
Yes.
if I understand it correctly, and I believe this is a conversation I heard somewhere before, I'm not sure it was Tracy or with Krista, but that what the difference was when he was paying in a small amount, pay that difference so that it's the same amount through all the years, so it's easier for the actuary to figure it out. Is that correct?
I think that's fair. And I think that's what the plan will call for.
So I believe, and I certainly the actuary can correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at the older contracts, it actually looks like Mr. Longo would have contributed 7% as a municipal employee, as opposed to 6.5% as a police officer. But the difference in the benefit would have been greater. So he would have only received 2.25 as for municipal versus 2.5 for police. So it may very well be an actuarial wash. Because his contribution rate was actually a little bit higher, but his benefit would have been a little bit lower. So certainly Nyhart can confirm, but it may work out actuarially to just do as Attorney Roy has discussed and tack on that 1.75 years of service at the police rate, which I believe is the proposal, taking into account that Mr. Longo did contribute that additional 0.5 percentage point of contributions for that 1.75 years.
Is that what you're saying, sir? What she just did?
That's correct. Again, Krista has accurately described, I think, what's before the board, and accurately described our proposal. Thank you.
Is to take his previous one and just add that to it at the current rate that he's having right now.
Right. So the 1.75 years would give him, we believe, 3.93% pension credit.
Okay. Tracy?
I don't believe the actuary has actually calculated the figure yet, but I can certainly put that together, what we've just discussed and what Attorney Roy and I had discussed, and email that to Tracy to email to the actuary, and we can get that exact number from them to confirm if it's the additional 3.93%. That I cannot do. Math is not a strong suit.
Me neither.
So yeah, if that's okay with you, sir, we'll do that. And the actuary comes up with the number, and you're okay with that, and your client, then we'll have them proceed and go forward with that.
That makes sense, Mr. Haru. Thank you.
Okay. Do you hear that, Tracy?
Yes.
Tracy, I'll put an email together and answer the questions, and then we'll get that percentage from the actuary, and we'll get that over to Attorney Roy.
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, folks.
Are you going to just make a motion to table it, though, till we get it back?
I would ask the board make a motion to allow me to send the email to the actuary and to table it until the June meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second? We need a second.
A second.
Second,
Oh, sorry, you said I didn't hear it. Motion made and seconded for Krista to get the figures together, send them to the actuary, and then table it until next month when we get an answer back from them and Mr. Roy. All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Longo. Thank you, Mr. Roy.
Thank you, Krista. And thank you, members of the board.
Mr. Chairman, I did notice that Mr. Landroche remains in our panel. I was looking at the attendees and not the panel. I wonder if it would assist him if we moved up item M as well. I don't know if that's why he remains on our meeting, or if he wants to listen to the whole meeting, he's welcome to as well.
1 second, please. Norman,
Yes, Chairman.
would you like to go next so you can, or do you want to wait?
I would like to go next if I could, Mr. Chairman. I am at my mom's house and she's present with me, and I do know my dad is on the agenda this evening.
Okay. I need a motion to move item
M.
on the agenda to in front of K.
Make a motion to move.
In front of J, actually, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, in front of J.
Make a motion to move item M up ahead of item J.
Second.
Motion made and second to move item M in front of J. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Item M. Another arrow. Okay. Discussion action on death benefit. 1, Norman Landros, date of death 3/3/2021. One time to beneficiary in the amount of $2,000. The monthly survivor amount is $2,008.46. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve one-time benefit of $2,000 and a monthly survivor benefit of $2,008.46 to in regards to Norman Landris' death. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
And I am very sorry for your loss, both of you.
Thank you very much. If I could just be heard, I appreciate the vote. Can I just be heard on this matter, just as it pertains going forward?
Sure, Norman, go ahead.
So my mom's with me, and of course him and my dad and her lived a frugal life. So it wasn't about the money or getting this forward. And certainly based on COVID and maybe the amounts of meetings not being able to be held, I just suggest that maybe with the pension rewrite and stuff, it allows the chairman to certainly pay out what is a direct amount based on the years of being retired, the $2,000 death benefit. And also, quite frankly, if you look at the contract and the percentage, it was easy enough for me to 67.5% my dad's pension and get to the exact amount that it took you guys to get the actuary amount. So I do believe the chairperson, or at least the chairperson, maybe the vice chair, can utilize their authority if the protocol allows to get this done before a meeting has to be held. Certainly with the language subject to changing if the actuary number is not done. It is not correct. And I do say that for not necessarily my mom, but I say that for all future retirees that may be in a different situation than my family. I think the $2,000, certainly it's just 3 years out of retirement, is a dead set amount. And also even the 67.5%, as at least the police and fire are pretty clear. So I don't think it takes rocket science to be allowed to okay that amount and get things in place. Just based on my dad's death, my mom already missed 2 months. Of course, she's going to get them retroactively, but someone not in the same circumstance as my mom, it would be very beneficial if that stuff can be put in motion by a chairman giving the authority to send those out based on whatever matters that would change with the actuary. If there was a difference, whether lower or higher, the board would vote that out, and certainly it could take that amount from that surviving spouse if it was too high, not calculated the same way. That's just my thoughts. I'm just throwing it out there. The reason I'm throwing out there isn't based on my dad's death or the circumstance here. It's based on us dealing with our retirement group, and certainly those people who have to go through the process of burying their loved one who's a retiree and just putting into place the surviving spouse and the death benefit. So just my 2 cents. Clearly, my mom respects the town and appreciates everything that the town has done for my dad, and certainly her ability to continue collecting a spousal benefit. And we appreciate your service. So that's all I wanted to say. And I do appreciate the opportunity to just put my 2 cents in.
Norman? Norman?
Yes, Chairman.
I understand your frustration. A lot of other people are in different situations that are either on here tonight or that have been trying to deal with. Some of them are up to a year or maybe more. Their frustrations are even more than yours. I'm not saying one's any worse than the other, but I mean, they complain constantly. I don't like it. It frustrates me. I've had a couple meetings with different members of the council over the inability of this board to be able to conduct business on a regular time frame and get stuff done. Because the more it drags out, the more it gets foggy, and we end up spending more time having to rehash something that we talked about 6 months ago or so. I appreciate your thought as far as that. I understand where it goes, and I'm sure that Crystal would look into it and tell us how it might go about doing that so that there's some authority done. I only use some caution on doing that for the simple fact that unless it specifically language is very clear as to what that person in that position can or cannot approve. I mean, it's got to be crystal clear. Then you're giving somebody some powers to do some things that maybe they shouldn't do. And I'm not saying they would do it or not, but it's just when you have 4 or 5 people making a decision instead of just one. I have seen in other parts of this town where a similar situation has happened, and it's given this board a bunch of headaches because the decision was made and it wasn't made correctly. So I just will urge a little caution in that if we decide to go and do something like that, just to have some kind of safeguards in it to prevent that from happening. But I do understand what you're saying. It is very simple and just a matter of even just the $2,000. It should be able to be approved that without even having a meeting. The application's in and done, you know. But I'm glad you brought it up, and at least everybody else can understand that frustration because not everybody knows what everybody else is going through, except for the individuals that are going through it. So again, thank you. And I miss your dad as much because I worked with him a lot. So I know your frustration and I understand it. Thank you.
No, I just threw that out there, Chairperson. Really, we're not frustrated at all. So, but it does make sense from looking at this that if those tools could be put in place, it would certainly make potentially future frustration from retirees a little easier. So there's no frustration on our end. We appreciate everything you do. So thanks for taking me out of order. And my mom and I thank you guys.
You're welcome.
All right. Have a great night.
You too.
Yeah.
Okay. Next item is J. We finally got there. Discussion action vote on disabled police officer Michael Nye's raise COLA if due one. Krista, I know this has been going on for a long time and I don't remember all of it. So I'm gonna rely on you again for this one.
Sure. Sorry, I had myself muted. This was a question that had actually gone before the board back in 2019. And there was a question on determining for police disability retirees the calculation of COLAs versus escalators and what they would be entitled to. The board in 2000 and I'm just getting the date for you, 19 on the December 30th, 2019 meeting, that pension board did have the issue before them. There was a discussion and they did vote to approve a legal opinion that discussed the benefits. What they found was that for police officers awarded an occupational disability pension on or after July 1st, 2014, that the pension benefit would include either an escalator benefit under Article XVI, Section 4, parentheses A and D, or a COLA benefit under Article XVI, Section 1, parentheses F of the 2014-19 Police CBA. The escalator benefit will be awarded while the retiree is collecting an occupational disability pension. When the retiree reaches the date that the sum of the years of continuous service and the years of occupational disability equals 28 years, then there are two options. Number one, if the retiree remains occupationally disabled, then the escalator benefits continue. Or number two, if the retiree is no longer occupationally disabled, then the escalator benefits will stop and the COLA benefits will commence for 15 years as provided for in the CBA as amended by the consent judgment. That opinion was voted for by unanimous vote of the board members present at the December 30th, 2019 meeting. What the board did not vote on at that meeting was the analysis behind that vote. What I did provide this board with was a draft memorandum that asks the question, do police officers who retire with an occupational disability pension on or after July 1st, 2014, collect COLA benefits, and are they entitled to an escalator benefit? Then excerpts from potentially applicable pension plans, CBAs, and the consent judgment were included. And then there was a draft analysis section that was recommended that discussed those possibilities. What's before the board tonight is whether or not the board agrees with the vote from 2019 and the analysis section in the draft memorandum, and whether or not this board wants to vote to adopt that pension board opinion and have it be a finalized opinion so that that can be provided to the actuary for calculation of those benefits going forward.
And also, Krista, if I remember correct, what was pointed out at the time, we just voted on this summary, and for any future boards, they would have no reason to understand why that opinion was adopted. So
correct.
We take what was proposed to the board at the time, the different applications, some of what you just talked about, and then so that board at the time could see why that opinion was drafted and adopted at that time. It had nothing to go back to a reference. So it was basically adopting the whole thing that you drew up at the time, which we neglected to do. We just did the summary.
Correct.
And based on that also, I thought that was already gone to the actuary though. No?
It was, I believe, for Mr. Nye, the actuary had the question answered, but the opinion had not been adopted.
Okay, so it's just to adopt the whole thing with the opinion and the summary.
Correct. If this board agrees with the analysis, and if there's any changes that this board wants to make, they certainly can make them before adopting it.
I'm just trying to clarify it because, as you said before, we've got new members that have no understanding what happened before, so just so they can understand the whole picture.
Yep, and everyone should have a copy of that draft opinion. I believe it's dated December 9, 2019.
Was that in the packet, Krista?
It was emailed prior to the last executive session. But if that's something that, people may need more time to review, I can certainly re-email it.
It's actually, Ralph should have had it, but Ralph,
Yeah,
Mr. Atkinson and Mr. Hatchell, have you looked at it? Have any thoughts, or do you want to wait until next month's meeting to make a decision?
I don't know.
I was able to adopt it. I had thought that I was able to review it, and my take on it was that the analysis should be adopted. Happy to wait.
I didn't get a chance to, there's so many of those emails that we had got in the past. Some of them I didn't copy when, the meeting was canceled, so.
Okay, Ralph, do you remember when we did vote on that? Because I think you were the only one that, beside me on the board at the time.
Oh,
If not, no problem, just, you do
I
have,
forget.
Do you have the email that was sent out, Ralph?
recently,
Krista, when you said that back sometime back, right?
I want to say maybe March.
Yeah.
It was before the last executive session. I think that was March.
I may have it. I don't know for sure if I have it. This,
December 30th, you said? It was December 30th, 2019?
That was the meeting. Yep. I believe the board opinion draft was from December 9th.
Yep, I found it.
Yeah, because it was the following meeting that you brought up that we only did the summary, and there's not enough information for any future boards to understand why the summary. So we put all the different sections that were reviewed, and then the summary could be a lot clearer understood where that board at the time stood.
Correct.
So we just wanted to vote to add
just to adopt the full opinion instead of just the
just a summary.
The
Yeah.
summary. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just a technicality because the summary is a summary, which we already approved. It's just a matter of putting in why the information that supports it.
So the vote would be to adopt that whole ruling?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Ralph,
Yeah,
do you understand what we're talking about? We did voted on this summary as a board back then. I think you were on the board then. We voted to approve the summary. What we lacked to do at the time was the whole opinion, which is how we got to that summary, the facts that we used, so that future boards, when they come to make a decision, something, they can go back and look at that. And the summary doesn't explain how we got to that. So all that information that was there, part of that, we just
I
need to.
think I remember that. I'd be in favor of that.
Okay, so we just need a motion then to approve the, how do you say that, Krista, the whole,
It was a pension board, draft West Warwick Pension Board Opinion 2019-01.
but it's including the whole thing, not just the summary,
The whole opinion, correct.
whole opinion. Okay, so need a motion for that.
Make a motion to adopt the West Warwick Pension Opinion 2019-1.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to adopt the whole opinion of 2019-1 as it's stated. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, I will finalize the opinion and I will email a PDF of the final opinion to everyone so that the clerk has that final copy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was, we were just on paperwork, all my stuff here.
That was Jay.
Jay, okay. All right, that's it. I got too many hours drawing. We changed the agenda so many times. Sorry about that. K, discussion action vote on Carol Messier's monthly pension amount.
So this was something that I was looking into. And just to give the board a bit of background, Ms. Messier is collecting a survivor benefit pension from her husband who passed away in 2010. There was a question about the benefits that were awarded to Carol Messier in 2010 that was brought up in, I believe, 2012. And that was an issue on the amount of benefits that were provided, because there were monthly pension benefits that were provided, and there was also a return of contributions. That issue was discussed and was addressed in a memorandum of understanding. That memorandum of understanding was entered into in 2013, on October 9th, 2013. And what that memorandum of understanding stated was that I'm sorry, the pages are out of order. There we go. Was that Ms. Messier is the surviving spouse of Michael James Messier, who was deceased February 25th, 2010. On the date of his death, he was an employee of the school department and was covered under the 2006 plan, excluding police and fire, and the CBA for the town and AFS CME Council 94 Local 2045. Ms. Messier was designated as the beneficiary, and at the time, she was provided benefits. In August of 2012, the pension board, through council, questioned the accuracy of the benefits that were paid to her. The parties then reached an agreement, and in consideration, this memorandum of understanding was entered into in 2013. In part of that memorandum of understanding, an interpretation of the benefits that were paid to Ms. Messier was incorporated as Exhibit A. In Exhibit A, there is a memorandum that discusses the benefits that were paid, and that Ms. Messier would receive certain benefits until the last of Mr. Messier's children reached the age of 18 or the age of 23 while attending college. And when they reach that age, that benefit would be reduced to 50%. As I said, that memorandum was entered into in 2013. The reason that date is important is because the younger child actually did reach age 23 in 2012. Ms. Messier's benefits were not reduced in April of 2012 when that younger child reached 23 years of age. They were not, in fact, reduced until, I believe, May of 2015, when the oversight was brought to the attention of the pension board. So beginning in May of 2015, that benefit was reduced to the 50%, but there had been an overpayment from 2012 to 2015. That issue was being handled for Ms. Messier by attorney Jack Gazzaro, who unfortunately passed away in 2020. I have spoken, just to add, there's another issue as to the calculation of the COLA benefits, that the COLA benefits would have been reinstated on this pension, and the actuary has contacted the pension board regarding reinstatement of the COLA benefits, as they've all been reinstated after the suspension of the benefits. So there is an amount that is owed to Ms. Messier for back COLA benefits on the pension amount. I have spoken to Ms. Messier just last week. She has been very accommodating. She's provided me with what documentation she has of the memorandum of understanding and communications that she had with her attorney and with attorney Michael Fort, who was previously pension board counsel, who worked in my office before I took over as pension board counsel. It does appear, based on these documents, that there was not a resolution of the amount that had been overpaid from 2012 to 2015 as a result of the minor child having reached age 23. So that issue remains outstanding, as does the issue of the payment owed to Ms. Messier regarding the COLA benefits. I have whatever information, other information the board would like, and certainly whatever information you would like from Ms. Messier, I can tell you that she would be very forthcoming with. I will express on her behalf that she is very frustrated about the length of time that it has taken to resolve the issue. I did express my apologies to her that it has taken a long time to get this before the board, and that I would do everything in my power to have this issue resolved as quickly as possible for her.
Krista, Nyhouse is the one who noticed the error and alerted us to it.
For the COLA benefits, correct.
Right.
When they reinstated the COLA benefits for the various stages of reinstatement that were happening
Right.
from 2019 to 2021, it was brought to the board's attention that there needed to be a reinstatement of COLA benefits to Ms. Messier's pension.
Are they the ones who noticed that the age of the child had changed and no benefits been reduced?
I don't know who noticed that. I do know that the pension board did bring it to Attorney Gazzaro's attention in 2015. I'm not sure
Who discovered it?
who brought it to their attention. No, I don't know that.
If we take that information, Nyhart must originally, I'm assuming originally did the calculation to that. If we supply them with the information of everything that you just said about the overpayment and then the COLAs, they should be able to figure out what the one amount overpayment would be, what's back pay for or backfill for the COLAs, and what the differences will be, and then adjust, make an adjustment accordingly and give us a report back similar to what they've done before on not the exact same situation, but when they've talked about something like that. Would that be the fastest way to get this resolved, is to send this to Nyhart and get an answer from them?
I believe I have all those answers.
Oh, okay.
Nyhart did provide information regarding the ability to calculate the COLA benefits. I do have the information from 2015 for the overpayment. I did speak to Ms. Messier last week. She does not currently have an attorney retained, but it's not out of the question based on our conversation. I would ask that the board authorize me to continue to work with Ms. Messier to see if we can come to a timely resolution of this matter that we could, present to the board and to the town to attempt to make sure that these benefits are correct once and for all and moving forward.
So you have the overpayment total. You
I do.
have the COLA, what should have received. So the difference can be figured out.
Correct.
And then how, if there's something to come back to the board, back to the plan, how that's going to be paid so that it doesn't put her in a financial status where she has problems with making bills or whatever, because people live on pensions and you change it too much drastically, it makes an issue. So it would be fair to her to spread it out over what a time. You can do that with her and she's okay with that.
I'm asking for the board's authority to be able to have that conversation with her and attempt to discuss a resolution of all of the outstanding issues that I can then present to the board, for your consideration.
Well, it sounds like you have a good rapport with her so far, and since she doesn't have an attorney, she's been helping you with that. I think that's going to be the fastest solution to get rid of her frustrations and get an answer for her. I'm okay with that. What about the rest of the people on board?
Mhm.
Okay.
Even now, do we need to make a motion
I was just
in
going to
order
ask
to
that.
authorize Krista to do that?
Yes, we do.
All right, I make a motion that we authorize Krista to continue working with Mrs. Messier in order to find the amount of money that needs to be paid back to the town or paid to her.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to authorize Krista to continue working with Mrs. Messier to come to resolution regards to the overpayment on one part of the pension system and underpayment of the COLAs. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, Krista.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
give me
sir.
about 30 seconds.
Sure.
I need to take a break to take a pill.
Okay, sir.
30 seconds. Okay.
I'm assuming we have to wait for Mr. Adam, because I don't physically see him, and I'm losing my voice. Since he's gone, I'm gonna go get something to wet my whistle. Okay, everybody, we're all back.
Okay.
Next item. N. Discussion action on receiving pension applications to process. First one, Anthony Duffy, Department of Public Works, normal, 3/27/21. We're gonna do these one at a time unless, actually, I don't see, no, let's do one at a time. We're just receiving these so we can start getting them processed. So that's what we're doing. So just need a motion to approve that.
Motion to approve.
Second?
To receive, Al.
Sorry, to receive.
Motion to receive.
Motion made and seconded to receive the application of Antonio Duffy, Department of Public Works. Retirement date, his normal retirement date, and his normal retirement, and his date is 3/27/21. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Number 2 is Deborah Graham, Town Non-Occupational Disability. Termination date is 3/22/21.
Make a motion to receive.
Second?
Motion made and seconded to receive application for Deborah Graham, Town Non-Occupational Disability. Termination date is 3/22/2021. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Al, excuse me. Do you want me to send her to the 2 IMEs? Because usually you accept one from her doctor. I have her doctor's note.
Yes, because we will always have the practice of accepting her doctor. As long as you have a copy of that, there are just 2 other ones. Yes, please.
Right, but do you want to make a motion to have me set up 2 IMEs? Or
Yes,
just
Krista,
do
we should
it?
do that, right? Was that, Krista? We normally, it's part of the system. We need a motion to do that or no?
Right. No, normally you receive the application and then you make a motion to authorize Tracy to start scheduling the IMAs.
Okay. So we need a motion to allow Tracy to start the IME process.
So moved.
Second?
Motion made and seconded to have the board clerk to start the IMEs, 2 more IMEs for Deborah Graham. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Okay, number 3, Lewis Traffic Candy, fire normal retirement. Date is 7/1/2021.
Motion to receive.
Second?
Motion made and seconded to receive Lewis Traffic Candy into the fire. The normal retirement, his retirement date is 7/1/2021. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Number 4, John Grenier, police, normal retirement. Retirement date is 4/10/2021.
Motion to receive.
Second?
Motion made and seconded to receive application for John Grenier, police, normal retirement date of 4/10/2021. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item number 5, Joseph McConaughey, police, normal retirement. His retirement date is 5/1/2021.
Motion to receive.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to receive the application of Joseph McConaughey, police, normal retirement. His retirement date is 5/1/2021. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Number 6, Anthony Betancourt, police, normal retirement. His retirement date is 6/25/2021.
Motion to receive.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to receive the application of Anthony Betancourt, Police Department, normal retirement. His retirement date is 6/25/2021. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 7, John Botello Jr., Fire Department, normal retirement, retirement date 7/9/2021. Mr. Botello has a Quattro that's been submitted before July of 2014, which at that point we said we were no longer doing them. So he is, lack of a better term, grandfathered. So that's, it's on file. So that will go with it in the process.
Motion to receive.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to receive the application of John Botello Jr. Fire, normal retirement, retirement date 7/9/2021. And he has a Quattro which was submitted before the July 2014 cutoff. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, item O, discussion action on approval of pension calculations. First one, John Gurnia, police normal, the amount is pending. Tracy, did you ever get anything on that one? I don't remember seeing anything in the packet.
No, I didn't, but they're working on it. So I don't know if you can approve that one and run Perry pending their approval, so then they don't have to wait till the next board meeting.
Well, I was just going to suggest, I remember you told me on the phone that you had got some at the last minute, so I put those in. but-
I had gotten Antonio Duffy and Robert Ario. And
Right, and
then
I
Romano
put
and
those in.
Oakford, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I was going to say, can we, you have sent this to the actuary, correct?
Can you repeat that one more time?
You sent this to the actuary for John?
Yeah, they're working on it as of today. Still, I had to just resend something that they couldn't read. So, I mean, I believe it should be done within the week. I'd hate to see him have to wait till June, but that's your call.
Well, I was going to suggest that we do what we've done in the past, is to make things as
Right.
make a motion to approve it, pending the figures coming in from Nyhart and Mr. Grenier approving of them and signs off on it and agrees with it. And then that way there, you can send that to the bank and he can start getting it and don't have to wait for another monthly meeting to get approval.
Correct.
Okay,
If you can do that, that'd be great. And it's actually Gardner, just so it's correct.
sorry, Gardner.
That's okay.
2 new members, do you understand what we're doing?
Mhm.
We've done that because otherwise we would have to wait till the figures come in, aides approve them, and then vote on it. And that could sometimes go 2 months. This way here, the figures come in, he agrees on it. If he agrees on the figures, he signs off on it. Tracy sends it right to the bank and he gets, he only missed 1 month payment maybe. Usually that's what happens.
So how would we go about
We just,
making that motion? Would we say that we'd make a motion to approve pending approval by Nyhart and pending approval by the retiree?
no, not approval by Nyhart supplying the figures. Mr. Garnier approving of them, agreeing with them, signing off on it, and then Tracy sent it to the bank.
So it would just be approval of the retiree, and then you could say something if you wanted to say, and to be confirmed by the board at the next meeting, subject to any necessary changes or something like that, so that you get a second look at it. But yes, they can already process it and have the payments, and then you can just work it out if there's a problem, which obviously no one anticipates.
Okay. I make a motion to approve Mr. Gardner's pension amount pending his approval and pending our vote at the next meeting.
I would say pending his approval and subject to confirmation at your vote on the next meeting. Just so that she can keep, you know what I mean? So she can get the bank to give him the money now, but just gives you a chance to review it at the next meeting.
Okay, so moved. How's that?
Sound good, Tracy?
No, just repeat it one more time. I got motion made to approve Mr. Gardner's pension subject to
His approval.
And then, okay.
And
Pending
confirmation,
approval from-
just confirmation of the final figure by the board at the next meeting.
Confirmation of final from board at next meeting. Okay, we're good.
You know what, that makes sense, because now it's back, when you go to that meeting, we have a dollar amount that can't, you know.
That you've approved. Yep.
Right, and so if it's ever questioned, you wouldn't know what the number was at the time. Okay.
Right.
So the motion's been made.
So I'll put it back on. Okay.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to do what Krista said, which is on record. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Number Q2, David Studley, fire, normal retirement. His amount is $4,441.13. His date of retirement was 3/5/2021.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Tracy, did he sign off on this?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
He sent me an email. He was on for April. And the reason I actually added his date of retirement again is because they paid him an extra week in the fire department from when I first put him on for approval. So I just wanted that date to be clear.
Okay, understood. Okay, motion,
Motion to approve.
Second.
motion made and seconded to approve the pension calculations for David Studley, fire normal retirement in the amount of $4,441.13, and his retirement date was 3/5/2021. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Q3, Antonio, am I saying that correctly? Duffy, Department of Public Works, normal retirement. The amount is $5,313.16.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to approve Antonio Duffy, Department of Public Works, normal retirement. His amount is $5,313.16. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, item P, discussion, action on approval of return of contributions. First one, Ronald Perry, Department of Public Works. His termination date was 9/29/16. The amount is pending. You didn't get that yet, correct, Tracy?
Correct. If we could do the same like you did, similar to John Gardner,
Okay,
that'd be great.
So I'll make a motion to approve the return of Mr. Perry's contributions, subject to his approval and subject to confirmation of the amount by the board at our next meeting.
Second,
Motion made and seconded to approve Ronald Perry, Department of Public Works, his termination date of 9/29/16 for amount pending what the figure is, his approval and confirmation by the board at the next meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Second one, Ronald Perry, Atrial wastewater. If I pronounce it wrong, I'm sorry, sir, if you're listening. Wastewater Department termination date is 12/9/2020. The amount is $18,684.86, and that includes interest as of 6/1/2021.
motion approved.
Second.
I guess we're all getting tired, huh? We approve it before we say it. Okay, motion made and seconded to approve. Robert Atrial wastewater termination date of 12/9/2020, the amount of $18,684.86. That includes interest as of 6/1/2021. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. P3, Crystal Romar School termination date of 9/11/2020. The amount is $3,101.13.
Motion to approve.
Second,
Motion made and seconded to approve Crystal Ramona School termination date is 9/11/2020. The amount is $3,101.13. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 4, Noah Arch, Department of Public Works, termination date is 1/15/2021. And the amount is $1,537.72.
Motion to approve.
second,
Motion made and seconded to approve Noah Arch, Department of Public Works, termination date 1/15/2021, in the amount of $1,537.72. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Okay, Q, discussion action for interest to be calculated on Pamela Qualick's return of contributions. Okay. She hasn't been able to get a return of contributions because when the actuary tried to figure out what that would be, the school department purged their records from before 2000, year 2000. So the actuary only had dollar amounts of what she paid into the system from that point till her termination date. They had no information as to what she paid in before. I talked with Nyhart, Elizabeth Wiley from Nyhart on this and asked what they normally do in this type of situation, or if she had suggestions. The few years before that she paid in, but they don't know what that amount is, she would make, they would be making less money those years than for the years that they had on record of what it was. She would get a raise, say every year or every other year, whatever it may be, but her amount would be less, so she's paying in less. She said for the few years of what the difference wouldn't be is really not going to be that much. Suggestion was to make it the same, the years that don't have information, make it the same as what they were using already. The plan is going to take a little bit of hit doing that, but it's really not that much because it's not that many, it's not like it's 20 years of that. And then the figure out the interest on it, because it's been so long, they said what they normally do is figure it at 4%. And looking at it and the delay and trying to figure it out, and it's not her fault that the town purged the records and they had no information to help figure out what her benefits would be. In all fairness, the interest rate is what they've always done, so that's fair. But I think to as far as the years we don't have the information to give it to what the other is, and just so now they've got all the years it's required, and they could come up with a figure for what her plan or pension amount would be per month, would be the fair thing, considering what's happened with the records. Again, that's just my thought on it, my opinion, and that's based on what NIHOT was telling me, and I think it's fair to the plan and the individual on both sides. The only other option we've had that they, excuse me, talk about is trying to come up with some figures and something and plug them in to fill in what they don't have. You know, take a guess what it might have been for pay for that for the year, what she was getting per hour, and then next one, and she may not get what she deserved. So we give her a little bit more than maybe what she paid in, but it's, as they explained to me, fund the plan, it's not really that much, it's taking a hit. So I think that's the least we can do considering what the town did to the records. So if we're okay with that, then we just need a motion to approve what NIHOT suggested, and I will talk to Elizabeth and confirm that with her so that she can start working on it.
Motion to approve.
Second the motion.
Motion made and seconded to approve NIHOT's recommendation on the calculations for Belmont College return of contributions, taking the fact that some of the records were purged, so there's no information, and going with the 4% interest rate that's standard on the for what was owed to her in the time that she didn't get it collect. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item R, discussion action, vote on pension benefit statements. We've had one individual want to had emailed, and Tracy, if I'm wrong, just correctly step in, wanted to know what she hadn't received a pension statement, benefit statement, what it would be at the time, you know, at the time of this day, if you retire, what it would be. We used to get those all the time when we were in the mill. She hadn't received one. And I don't know if she discovered or someone turned it on to her, but pointed out the fact that it's a law that has to be done. I think it's every 3 years, provided to the people. And second person has just recently also come up with a question on that, and Tracy emailed her and stated that that's already been brought to the board's attention, and they were going to address it at tonight's meeting. In researching it and going over with Tracy, as I stated a second ago, the previous actuary did that automatically every year, printed them out. I remember receiving them when I first started, and we got them, but that was part of the price that they did. It was just a service, one of the services they did for that. With NIHOT, that is not in there, so it's not being done. But since it's a state law, Krista, if I remember correct.
The law that they're referring to is federal. It's
Federal
for
law.
it's for the Employee Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA.
Okay, so since it's a law and it appears that we're in violation and nobody's put the handcuffs on her as yet, I suggested we make a motion and follow what the law says and do it. It was every 3 years, if I remember
Well,
correct.
the law that was referenced it was Public Law 109-280. And
Okay.
that was referring to the federal law, which is regarding, the periodic pension benefit statements. It's section 508, but that's an amendment to ERISA. ERISA is the Employee Retirement Income Security Act. That's the West Warwick pension plan is not an ERISA plan.
Okay,
So that law does not apply to the West Warwick pension plan if it's not an ERISA-based plan.
all right, I didn't understand it that way before. Okay, so we're not required to do it.
That's my understanding. My understanding of the law that was cited, that public law, is dealing with ERISA plans, and this pension plan is not an ERISA plan.
Question, just food for thought. You know how I think. If we go to MERS, is that, I mean, that'll be the state's problem, but is that plan fall under that then? The state?
I think the state is an ERISA plan, if I remember
Okay.
correctly.
I believe they do give them out. They do
Yeah.
send them out quarterly,
Okay,
if I'm not mistaken.
I was just curious. Okay.
And certainly we can send them out. I know we have done it. I know that the last time that the actuary changed, there was a statement that was sent out. I believe it was at significant cost, and I believe that the participants felt it was of limited usefulness.
That's correct. I remember actually listening to Maury talking about that one of the meetings because of what it costed. You know, if you collect, you get the statement and you've only been in 5 or 10 years and you still got 10 or 15 years more to go, it's not really going to help you because you're not figuring out or trying to plan things at that point. Most people anyway. The thing to do is if somebody, one individual needs it for trying to plan for something because they're getting ready to retire, I mean, we could do that. Or if they want it, they just pay for it. I mean,
Well, everyone is allowed one free statement, and Tracy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that everyone gets the opportunity to ask for one, and the board pays for that.
one over what, the life of their employment with the town?
I believe so.
Okay. Is that correct, Tracy? I'll ring a doorbell so she can wake up.
No, I'm up. I just had my phone muted, but I keep losing it. I gotta go back to my phone, and that's always been the process of the board. Yeah, that they get the one calculation. I'm not sure if it's an ordinance or in the rules, but that's the way it's always been since I've been doing it, and they have to pay for the other calculation.
Okay, then I think the simple solution to this, and if somebody has a different idea, go ahead and shoot it. Oh, no, shoot me. And is to, when someone asks, like 2 individuals, explain to them, yes, we can give you one. You're allowed one, or you don't have to charge you. But if it doesn't help you down the road, because you need a more updated figures, at that point, you would have to pay for it. So it's your choice as to when you want to use your free calculation amount.
We have to come up with a set of rules and regulations that clearly stated what the price would be and clearly stated where that money would go.
Say that again, sir?
Are we going to have to come up with some sort of rules and regulations and some sort of documentation as to what the price is going to be for that? Are we going to have to let the public know where that money is going? Is that money going to be deposited into the pension fund? Is that money going to be part of the town's general fund?
So in the past, if anyone has wanted to pay for a statement, say that they've, they want to quit, or they're getting a divorce, or for whatever reason they want accurate numbers, or they're refinancing their house. I have no idea. Whatever reason they would want it. They've directly been in contact with the actuary, and they've billed them directly, and they've paid them directly. So we've been completely out of the loop on it.
Right.
So it's whatever the actuary charges their price, they directly do it with them. We have nothing, don't collect the money and don't do anything with it.
No, so
I'm just suggesting that if we get a request in for a statement what the figures will be, just there explain that they have a one-time free shot of getting that figure. If they want something else down the road, then they're gonna have to pay for it, and it's whatever the actuary charges. So it's up to them to decide if they want to use that get out of jail card now, or if they want to wait till later.
I guess it's good that they can't complain to us about the cost of it.
No, I mean, it is what it is. Just before, there was no cost because it was part of the price, but now it's not, so.
Which, by the way, for anyone who's not familiar with the process, you know, all of the people who are working for the pension board are up to you guys. So the current actuary is Nyhart, but you can always put that actuary out to bid. The current custodian is Rockland. You can always put the custodian out to bid. Your investment advisors are Clearbrook. That's who spoke to you tonight. You can put that out to bid. All of that is, is things you can do. So one of the things in bidding that we have done in the past, well, I say we, but that you have done in the past, is when you've bid out for an actuary, you've asked for prices of pension benefit statements and whether or not they would include yearly statements or, every other year or whatever that would be and what the cost would be. I believe the last time that it went out for bid on an actuary for benefit statements, no one would include benefit statements. And I believe Nyhart, there was a feeling that the public wanted them. So I think it was with Nyhart that the board paid for like a one-time run that all of the pension beneficiaries would receive one. And actually, I think I was going to put Russ on the hot seat. I see him still as an attendee, and I think he was one of the people that discussed how not helpful those statements were, and they didn't think it was worth the cost for having done it. But it is always something that you can try and get included in your actuarial costs. It just depends if anyone will do it.
We did talk about that on all the service, and the first one we did go out to bid for it was the board's legal service.
Oh yeah, me too. I didn't add me.
Yeah, and so it was talked, so we were going to do one at a time, and then the next one was going to be either actuary or Clearbrook or Rockland. It didn't matter what the order was, but between not getting enough quorum to cancel the meetings and then COVID and that, kind of just got put on the back burner. But there was talk about doing it because it'd been some time, and maybe we can get a better price, or maybe we can get things included that wasn't included before in that. So, but it doesn't hurt to go out and look. We just haven't been able to do that. Right now, because we haven't been able to hold meetings because we didn't have the quorums and that, we got such a backlog of stuff to get caught up to. The priority list on it is for people like Norman said tonight that need to get the money in that and get them done.
It might not be a bad idea to ask Nyhart what it would cost to run a statement for everyone. Just get an idea, and at least then you would have an answer to people. We've considered the statements, but the cost would be X.
Yeah, that's true. Yep. When I talked to Elizabeth about, I believe it was, let me look back here. What was that? Pamela Kowalik. I will ask them if they can do that. I'll also ask them if there's a fee to do it. So
they should be able to give you the fee without a fee.
Okay. Well, I just want to be safe before I have to explain to everybody out there why I spent $3,000 to get an answer on something that's going to cost $30,000. So I'm just shooting numbers out there. So we'll do that then and just table it to next month. Is that what you're suggesting, Krista?
I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah,
just
it's not a bad idea. I agree with it. I like it. I think it's good. Just that way there, it may answer a lot of people's questions before they ask it. Well, no, you know what? I'll wait and get my free one. Because there's one individual I've talked to, they're trying to plan for retirement. They want to know the figures, and there's a fee for it. So unless we give them that one, but then when they go 5 years down the road, if they want to do it then and changes, then they're gonna have to pay for it, so. All right, so we don't need a motion to anything, right? We'll just,
If you want to table it, you just need a motion to table it to next month.
okay,
Is that what we're doing?
yes,
Make a motion to table item R for our next meeting.
Second,
motion made and seconded to table item R till our next meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Anybody in public? Next section is public comment. Anybody have anything they would like to say? Joe, I can't see any hands or anything unless I'm doing something wrong. So if somebody has a hand up, can you let me know?
One person in the public and no hand for comment.
Is that Russ?
That is Russ.
Okay. Hearing no public comment. Item T, which we didn't break the whole alphabet, so I guess that's good, is adjournment.
Make a motion to adjourn. Not that I'm in a
Before we
hurry.
do that, can we, excuse me, can we set a date for the next meeting? Is that possible can we do that?
I believe it's June 16th.
It's already set.
It's already set?
Yeah,
Yep, June 16th.
June 16th, Ralph.
Thank you.
Okay, and if there's an executive, you will get the email, tell you what time that is.
All right, sorry to interrupt.
No, you ask questions anytime you want, okay? Motion made and seconded to adjourn. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Better not be.
Thank you, everybody, and sorry about the long night.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, I'm just glad we got stuff
Good
done.
night.
Yes,
Good
we
night.
did, and it is, I do feel a little better about that, and we didn't have to cancel it. Stay safe, everybody.
You too.
You too.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, everybody.